Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel, Reading with the Crew.
Thank you there so much, Jack61. Thank you for your introduction. And I must say, I'm really liking the sound of your voice. It's improved.
Oh, it's greatly improved since last week. Oh yes, I'm feeling much better. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, look, welcome, guys. Welcome, everyone. And it's great to see everyone here. The sun has risen up again, and it's a brand new, fresh day. My name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from the Foul Play team. And it's great to be here, guys. We're going to, of course, be continuing our series, Reading with the Crew. But it'll be remiss for me not to say just a couple of words about the 3 episodes of Convicting a Murderer that have been aired. I'm only going to spend 20 seconds talking about those 3 shows, and that's it. Basically, I'm going to reserve my judgment on the series until all of the series have aired. I think that's fair enough. There's no point in making any comments at this stage. It's not going to serve anything at all. But the only thing I really do want to say is that as a founder of the Foul Play team, I'm absolutely proud and honored to have led this team with the discussions that we had with Brenda. You got to remember, guys, that these interviews were done more than 3 years ago. We did 4 sessions, and most of them lasted, I think, Jack61, most of them lasted for 6 to 8 hours.
Yeah, I think the
They
short. I think the shortest one we had, Doc, was I want to say 4 hours, but that was due to a technical thing. But one day we were on over 9 hours. So
Correct. We were on there for a long period of time, and all of us had signed a non-disclosure agreement. We actually couldn't say anything. And again, it's a little bit. I mean, I'm proud and honored that we're on the show, but you got to remember they were done 3 years ago. And the fact that they're only using 15-second sound bites rather than getting into a proper discussion of what we talked about is a bit of a concern. But like I said, I'm very proud of the team. And since then, the Foul Play team collectively has done well over 200 podcasts. We're much wiser now. And, that's all I really want to say. Again, guys, thank you so much for your understanding. You guys in the chat, you know precisely how we stand as a group. I believe that we're very fair. We're non-judgmental. And from those 3 episodes that I've seen so far, I haven't learned a new thing, nothing whatsoever. So let me reserve judgment until all 10 episodes are done. Again, guys, thank you so much for your understanding. Well, let's get on with the real business because we've got a lot to discuss. If the producers of Convicting a Murderer think that in any way it's going to dampen our spirits, they're wrong. We're going to dig deep, even deeper, right? Our aim here, as I've always said, is to get to the truth, good, bad, or otherwise, right? You got to understand that we are very passionate researchers and we do research. We don't just spend 5 minutes just talking about a subject. We deep dive, and I'm honored being in the company here of some fantastic people, and you guys in chat as well for your constant questions and your support. That's fantastic. Well, look, guys, that's enough of me talking. I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel. Let's start off with Jack61. Jack61, how are you coming along?
oh, I feel much better, Doc. I don't know what it was I had, but I don't want it again. It really messes with my voice, and most of the time I get a respiratory thing. It doesn't do that, but this one sure did. But it's, I'm 98% back. I feel much better. So thank you very much. I want to say hello
Awesome.
to all the fellow panel members, and of course everyone in the live chat. And I do have just a couple of brief things to say. Number one,
Sure.
as anyone that's been tracking, I had the Prism live chat is back live again. There's 2 updates to Prism this week. Did they fix it? I don't have any idea. They just
Oh,
it just says, bug fixes and blah blah blah. So I thought, okay, we'll give it a shot. If it works, that's fantastic. If it doesn't, I'll just do what I did before and I'll put our own little live chat on the left hand side so we can track it.
awesome.
The second thing, I did want to just briefly address convicting, and only from this standpoint. I've gotten a lot of comments, of course, from Twitter and so forth. There's a lot of stuff going on there. And this one person said that, well, they've only really addressed in the first 3 episodes what happened way back in the day. Well, that's not true at all.
No.
They've sprinkled in a lot of the Hallbach case from the beginning, and this is with intent. And this hypocrisy of all this shit we've heard for years about this creative editing that the filmmakers and Ma'am did. Please give me a break, please. Anyone that's watched Making a Murderer, they did do creative editing in certain situations, but this is even more devious what they're doing here, because they're sprinkling in stuff from 2005, 6, and 7 into shit that happened 40 years ago.
Correct.
So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. Anyone that really wasn't paying too close attention. And one other thing, maybe we can talk about it later, or maybe on an open mic. I still don't understand who this Dave character is at the end of episode 3. That said Avery had this posting on his wall with girls' photos and phone numbers. I never heard anything like it. What is he talking about? Cops never took any photos, anything like that. They never found anything like that. Anyway.
No, and of course we know that they've done the walkthrough and they've taken video footage of absolutely everything. If anything like that was in his house or anywhere else, it would have been mentioned. Correct.
Oh, Kratz would have wallpapered his house with it, and the courthouse.
Correct.
So, anyway, that's all I got. Welcome, everybody. Let's get it on.
Thank you, Jack61. Next, we have Alice. Alice, how are you coming along? Good to see you here.
Hi. Thanks, Doc. Hi, Doc. Hi, panel. Hi, everyone in chat. Yeah, doing okay. Had a good laugh with what we've seen so far. Anybody who has researched the case in depth have known about these rumours, alleged allegations, the so-called photograph that they plastered Stephen in his pants, things like that. We've seen it all, so it's nothing new. So, but looking forward to what you've got for us tonight, Doc. Can't wait.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Alice. The important thing is that we got to keep our eye on the ball, right? These guys want you to look over here. They don't want you to look over here, but we're not going to do that. We're going to be very, very focused. Thank you so much, Alice. That's much appreciated. Next, we have that cheeky lad, Andy B. Andy B, how are you coming along, sir?
I'm coming along fine, Doc. Hello to everyone in chat and on the panel. It's been an interesting week with the release of Convicting, but glad to be here to get down to the more important things in the case. So that's all I have to say. Let's get on with it.
Thank you, Andy B. We will get on with it. And it's our pleasure to introduce Duke. Duke, welcome, sir. How are you coming along?
Thanks, Doc, and it's good to see you and the rest of the panel. It's great to be here, and I'll just say this. I am really excited to continue to talk about the facts and the evidence in this case, and I'm really looking forward to this episode here. So thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Thank you very much, Duke. It's great to have you here, and we're looking forward to your comments. Next, we have I don't recall. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Reading with the Crew.
Fantastic. Thank you. I don't recall. And next we have Just Rhonda. Just Rhonda, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Silkman. I appreciate that. And hello to everybody on the panel and to everyone in chat. Yeah, like Jack, I've been rather sick the last couple of weeks. I am feeling better. So
Awesome.
I will be back. I'll be back on track with my show for Daniel's case. I'll be doing on Tuesday this week. So if you want a little bit of relief from other stuff, please come over and watch what we have to share on Daniel's case on Tuesday. That's all.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Just Rhonda. Great to see you here. And next we have my partner in crime, Neverly. Neverly, how are you?
Hello, boss. Doing great over here. Hello, everybody on the panel. I couldn't be happier to be a member of Foul Play team. Great to be here on this lovely Saturday afternoon. For me, I don't know where you're watching it from, and so exciting to see all these people in the live chat. We have 56 people watching, and that's awesome.
That's
Welcome,
fantastic.
welcome, and yeah, let's get down to the business.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. It's awesome. And again, guys, thank you so much for joining us. And as Jack61 has placed up on the screen, I'm here, we're all here, and you guys are all here for the memory of Teresa Horbach, who tragically lost her life at a very tender age of 25 years old. That's why I'm here. I'm here to find out the truth, right? I'm not here to bash anybody or name and shame. I want to find out what actually happened to Teresa Horbach. And we do this for her memory, her family, and also to seek justice for both Stephen and Brendan Dassey. All of us here don't believe that they have received a very fair trial, right? And if you've been following the Murdoch trial, it looks like he might be getting a brand new trial because of, what was it? Jury tampering, which is absolutely amazing.
Well. Yes,
Yes,
I'm glad that you mentioned something. And that wasn't the only case that we know that the jury was tampered with allegedly. I
that's
wish we
correct.
could talk about Stephen's case.
Yeah, we will. We will. In time,
Yeah.
we will look at that as well, because there was a lot of funny business going on with Stephen Avery's case. All right. Well, Neverly, do you see the people in chat?
I sure do.
Yeah. Would you like
Okay.
to tell us who's in chat? Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We have Colette M., our super mod Dark Side of the Moon. Anthony Hills is here as always. Paul Ward, Angie Dickinson, Just Rhonda, hello, our Honda. Mary, she says hi, everyone. Duke,
Welcome.
our mod. Catnit, our other super mod, is here. Foul Play, when you see Foul Play, that's me. And TTM Fangirl, hello, lovely. Little Barbie's here.
Welcome.
Let's see, I saw other people as well. Alice, of course, she's here to keep us straight. Rob B., Kelly McCallion, R. William, hola, amigo.
Welcome.
Veronica Clark, Colette M., Sherilyn Pontillo, aka Hammer Lady.
Hammer Lady.
Yes, it's our friend Friedrich's Armorok's birthday, so happy birthday. I think that she left to celebrate her birthday, but she'll be back, she says.
Awesome.
That's what she said, right? JD, hello, my friend. Clive Coolidge, who misspelled his own name, which happens to me all the time.
We got
Who
Angie
else is
Dickinson.
here? Angie Dickinson, Graham Moss, and Foursome. And Foursome is here. Hello, friend. You're here often. Sver Hagelund. Sorry for mispronunciation.
Welcome.
And West Virginia. Hello, West Virginia. Under Your Scars. Jazz Naz Gaming, our mod. Who else is here? Let's see.
We've got Colette
Andy
M,
B, Colette M, that's right. Charlotte
Alwyn.
Dowling.
Wow, we got a huge
And
number
if
of
I
people.
miss somebody, let me know and I will announce you next time.
Correct.
Iced
Thank you.
Coffee. Iced Coffee. She's your Aussie girl.
Yes. Welcome, guys.
Happy
Well,
Feet
yes.
from Pennsylvania.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. And again, we really appreciate your support. Again, my name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm proud to be from the Foul Play team, and I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. Well, guys, as you can see, we're going to start the podcast now. Neville and I, many months ago, started a new series entitled Reading with the Crew. So what we have been doing collectively as a group, we have been reading specific chapters from John Ferak's excellent book, The Wrecking Crew. And at the moment, if you've been following it, we're on chapter 14, entitled Canine Noses. And I think we all agree that this particular chapter, Canine Noses, is probably one of the most important chapters in the entire book. So much so that we're actually on part 25. Through your fantastic questions, talking with people like Duke and other researchers, we have greatly expanded this particular chapter. And today, oh boy, we have a cracker for you. So if you like what we do, please subscribe to our channel, hit the thumbs up button, and please share our podcast. The more people that can get to see our podcast, the better. Like I said before in the introduction, since we were interviewed by Brenda nearly 3 years ago, we've done well over 200 podcasts, including 63 podcasts ripping apart Ken Kratz's book, and also with Jack 61 and his excellent open mic series, and the fact that the Foul Play team has got a very extensive library on all the documents, a lot of the documents and phone calls, through the hard work of several researchers who have FOIA documents. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Just a brief one, Doc. Just to reiterate, back when I got interested, really interested in the case back in early 2016, my entire goal, because I could tell pretty quickly after we got the documents that what we heard at trial and on Making a Murderer wasn't really the truth. Of course, we only knew a fraction back then. But as we've come to know more today, I know that what happened at trial was a theatrics. There's some elements of some truth here and there. But this is not what happened in this case at all, and that's all I've ever been after: the full story, the full truth.
Correct.
Where the hell it goes, I don't know Avery. I don't know Brendan. I don't know the family. I just want the full truth. And if some officials were complicit in doing something weird, I want them held accountable. And that's it.
Correct. And I'd just like to point out that none of us here have or ever will condone the things, the misgivings that Stephen Avery has done in his life, right? We have never, ever supported those things, right? But Stephen's life took a lot of nasty turns as a result of his false conviction. What happened to him in 1985, it essentially destroyed him and his family. So keep that in mind. We do not condone any of the nasty things that Stephen has done in his life, and he paid a big price for those. All right. So look, guys, again, welcome. Today's what we're going to be dealing with. As you know, we've spent a lot of time looking at the burn pit. This is crucial because basically the entire state's case rests on the fact that they've basically believe that Teresa Halbach was essentially cremated in Stephen Avery's burn pit, right? That's the primary site of cremation of Teresa Halbach. What we're going to prove to you is that that is indeed not the case, right? So in today's podcast, what we're going to be looking at several things. First of all, we're going to be looking at the so-called red flags at Stephen Avery's burn pit. And trust me, there were plenty of red flags at Stephen Avery's burn pit. We're going to be looking at the discovery of bone fragments that were found initially in the grass near Stephen Avery's burn pit. That's very, very interesting. We're going to have a look at Michael Claser and the death certificate of Teresa Halbach, which he had signed on November the 10th. And here on the Foul Play team, we had a really great series of discussion with Travis, who's an attorney. I think he works in Texas, regarding the death certificate. We learnt a lot. And finally, if time permits, we're going to have a look at the findings at Mikkel's Quarry. The entire dynamics of this case has now taken a very bizarre set of turns. If indeed certain individuals were at Mikkel's Quarry on November the 10th. I'd always initially thought that these guys were at the Manitowoc County Gravel Pit. And our good friend, Brother Uriz, pointed out that a mistake was made in the directions in a report. This makes matters actually much worse than initially we thought. Jack 61.
I totally agree, Doc. I had thought for years that they had taken him to the Manitowoc County Gravel Pit and Rodant Pit, and that's not what happened at all.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And we're going to be discussing that. It now brings in another site into play, which we thought was ruled out. It now expands the crime scene even more, which is incredible. All right, guys. So can we have a look at the very first slide, please? So we're now in a fantastic position to have a look at certain reports and compare what they have said, right? So we're going to be looking at both Sturtevant, Mignon, and also two other guys, Jost and Lieutenant Kelly Sipple. Now, we've listened to phone calls, and these phone calls that Jack 61 played last week are remarkable. They're the phone calls between Jost and Sipple. And what it became pretty obvious, and I'd like Duke to make a comment on this, is that all of a sudden, nobody wanted to take ownership of finding those bone fragments at Stephen Avery's burn pit, right? Jack 61, do you have a comment?
I just want to add in for everyone to please remember the events that Doc is talking about happened on the 9th. However, this phone call didn't happen until 3 days later on the 11th.
Correct.
Just want to point that out.
Correct. It is very likely that Sergeant Jason Jost was not going to write any report at all until the higher-ups demanded that both him and also Lieutenant Kelly Sipple write reports of what they found at Stephen Avery's burn pit. Now, when you think about it, this is the second most important discovery, finding Teresa Halbach's cremains. But you could tell that nobody wanted to talk about those bones, especially Sergeant Jason Jost. And I'll tell you why in a minute. Neverly, do you actually see this? Slide A1?
I do.
So what we're going to do, we're going to have a look at the snippets from various reports. Duke, do you have a comment?
I do, real quickly, Doc. I think it's important for us to keep in mind as we're talking about the subject here, and that's November the 8th and events around the burn pit, is that really since Teresa was first reported missing, right? What
Correct.
The police were trying to do is find Teresa.
Correct.
And so one would think that if you stumbled upon what, not according to me, but according to the reports, they believed were human bones, and that would be a site that would be flooded by law enforcement, for sure the lead investigators in the case, probably experts in handling those cremains, equipment to allow them to examine it until that they were finished, and none of that happened. So just keep in mind, this investigation is going on to find Teresa. These police officers say that they found human bones, what they believed were human bones, and this is what actually happened. So that's just
Correct.
important to keep in mind.
Correct. So guys, what we're doing here is we're going to go through what happened in real time, how events unfolded. So we've got certain reports here. And here's just a little snippet from Sturdivant's report. Now remember, Sturdivant was at Stephen Avery's burn pit, as well as several others. Neville, are you ready to read it out? Thank you.
Yes. On Tuesday, November 8, 2005, at approximately 1:30 p.m., while at Avery Auto Salvage, located at 12930 Avery Road, Two Rivers, S.A. Thomas Sturdivant, along with SAIC Pete Thelen and S.A. Deborah Strauss, were requested to examine various locations of interest. In other words, earthen sites, ash piles, vehicles, items of interest, etc. These locations had been identified by search teams, in other words, state troopers, during a systematic search. It was necessary to determine if the locations or items had any evidentiary value. Eventually, S.A. Sturdivant, along with S.A. Deborah Strauss, examined an item that Deputy Jason Jost, Manitoba County Sheriff's Department, had marked with a red flag. Deputy Jost was standing near the item, approximately 1 inch in length, and suggested that it might be bone material. Investigator Joanne Mignon, who was monitoring the emptying of the septic system for the property, had also looked at the item. The item was located behind, south, of Stephen Avery's property, of Stephen Avery's detached single-story, faded light blue and red 2-car garage, and approximately 8 feet south from the raised dirt pile, consisted of rock and sand. A burn pit was at the end of the gravel, and Special Agent Sturdivant noticed what appeared to be other charred bones.
Okay. Now, this is very, very interesting, right? So essentially, state troopers were called in, right? So the question is, who actually called in those state troopers? What did they find, and what did they mark out, right? So now we've got Sturdivant, who notices that Sergeant Jason Jost is standing next to a red flag, and they find a bone in the grass. It's not actually in the burn pit, it's actually in the grass. And if you notice that Sturdivant puts in a lot of unnecessary detail, right? Especially the way he describes where the bone was actually found. And from where he finds that first bone and he looks at the bone, he says that Anne Mignon saw that bone fragment. He looks at the burn pit and is able to see other charred bones. Okay? So what we've got here, we've got Sturdivant, we've got Deb Strauss, we've got Joanne Mignon, and we've got Deputy Jason Jost. These guys allegedly discover the very first bone fragment. It's only 1 inch in length. Now, notice, Duke made a very important point. The whole point of the investigation was to find Teresa Hallbach, either alive or her body, right? We know that Brutus did a hit inside Stephen Avery's trailer on the night of November the 5th. We know that both Brutus and his dog handler, Julie Kramer, went towards the burn pit. But Julie Kramer heard a bear bark, and as a consequence of that, she chained up Brutus, and Brutus simply went not to the burn pit, not insisting of going to the burn pit. Brutus went and hit on 2 of the underburned barrels. That's an important point. Brutus would have literally gone past the highest scent source of Teresa Hallbark right then and there. This is a trained cadaver dog. It's also likely that Brutus walked past that 1-inch bone in the grass. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Just a brief one. I just want to point out in Anne Mignon's detailed report, she never mentioned seeing any bones that I can recall.
Interesting. So, as Duke pointed out, the whole aim was to find Teresa Hallbark, right? So Brutus bypassed the burn pit and went to the under burn barrels some distance away. Now, what is interesting is that Anne Mignon in a report stated that there were other dogs that went through the area. No dogs made a beeline for the burn pit. That's very important. No dogs. There are no reports of any dogs wanting to go to the burn pit. To make matters worse, remember what Kacharsky said? Kacharsky stated that both him and Remeka on November the 6th, I believe, wanted to search the burn pit, but they couldn't because of Bear being aggressive, right? And Kacharsky pulled out his gun and wanted to shoot Bear. Neither Kacharsky or Remeka ever reported seeing any bone fragments or noted any smell coming from the burn pit. And through the ingenious work of Duke, he discovered Bucket Man, which meant that there was a law enforcement officer in very, very close proximity to Bear. There's no report from Bucket Man stating that Bucket Man saw bones, cremains, had smelt anything coming from the burn pit. We have Carla and we have Barb Yunder who fed Bear on the night of November the 6th. None of them ever reported anything nefarious at the burn pit, any smell, and notice they were not asked, right Jack 61, right Duke, right guys, they weren't asked to remove Bear that allegedly was vicious. Duke.
Well, real quick, Doc, I think the white bucket that appears next to Bear's doghouse,
Yes.
on the side of the burn pit, we know from closer up photos of it later that bucket is filled with dog food.
Dog food. Correct.
And that bucket appears, and we checked this, remember? Looking at the photos of the 6 that were available to us, that
Correct.
bucket appears, it's not there in the morning. However, it shows up about mid-afternoon or so, before
Correct.
the sun goes down. And so I find it fascinating that the report says Barb and Carla came to feed Bear, but a bucket full of food shows up before they're reported to have gotten there.
Correct.
So I don't know if and I've asked Barb and she said that she was not allowed on the property. Take that for what it is because it was so long ago and such a traumatic time. I don't expect complete accuracy out of her or expect that. But I do think they used Barb and Carla showing up and that they fed him as an excuse as to why that bucket of food showed up. However, it showed up before Barb and Carla got there.
It did. So through your good work and our sharp eye of spotting that white bucket before Carla and Barb came on, it now complicated the story. Because remember, Kratz kept on pushing that Bear was vicious and violent, wouldn't allow any investigators anywhere near the burn pit. We have proven through a lot of anecdotal evidence, including video evidence, that Bear was not vicious and officers were in close proximity to the burn pit. And the greatest irony of all, right guys, is that Sergeant Jason Jost, one day prior to the finding of the bone fragments, was feeding Bear with 2 other officers, including Koenig, who was a dog handler. Kacharsky was a dog handler, and on November the 6th, I showed that there were 19 dog handlers on the property. None of them removed Bear. Jack 61.
Just to add to, for those new, I've said this a number of times, and Doc has already alluded to it. There was not one phone call, not one, or dispatch call or radio transmission of an officer saying, "Look, we got a vicious freaking dog here. Somebody's going to get bit. We need to get him out of here. We can't properly search the property with him here." Not one. And to add to that, there's not one of the same dispatch radio or cell call that we have access to that reported a single officer reporting any odor. And if somebody, I'm telling you, if somebody had been burned in that pit, it would have stunk to high heaven. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, correct. And no one apart from Groel, who was in Redon's pit a long way away, reported a nefarious smell on the night of October the 31st. And there were people coming and going at the property, right? There was Barb, there was also Scott Tadich, and there was also individuals that were going trick-and-treating. No one had actually stopped and said, "What the hell is that nasty smell?" So the only person who reported a nasty smell was Travis Groel, who was in Redon's pit, right? And we showed the wind was blowing in the wrong direction. There's no way that any smoke or whatever from Stephen Avery's burn pit would have reached Travis Groel. If he had smelt something nefarious, it means that there was a cremation event very close to him. Alice, do you have a comment?
It's actually Clive in chat, Doc. Hi, Clive. Nice to see you. He says, if Stephen had burnt Teresa's body on the 31st of the 10th, 2005, wouldn't her bones be there on the 1st of November 2005, not the 8th of November 2005?
Oh, that's correct. You see, this is the problem. And I'll get Duke on to comment in a second. This is the problem, guys. The state is saying that if Teresa was cremated on the 31st, that means that her cremains were there until they were discovered on November the 8th. It meant that Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey, according to the state, had left the cremains of Teresa Hallbark literally 10 feet from his back door. And Stephen Avery could not help anybody coming over, because remember, it was a public place. People came in, people came out. And remember, law enforcement officers, I believe it was Lenk and Colburn, and members of the media were there interviewing Stephen. Not one of them had reported any type of foul smell. And you don't even hear bear barking in the background. Duke, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just remember, I think when whatever point they decided to go the route of using the burn pit as their, I guess, story that they were going with, there had to be an excuse as to why they hadn't found those bones in the amount of time that they had been there already, right? Because they weren't just doing searches there, they had full control of the entire property, and clearly were focusing pretty specifically on Stephen's portion of that property. So there had to be a reason as to why they didn't find those bones sooner, and bear was the reason that they came up with.
Correct. They had to use bear as an excuse why no one found those cremains until the afternoon of November the 8th, right? Because there were officers all over the place and not one of them reported any form of smell or cremains anywhere, which is very, very interesting. And of course, who was at the burn pit one day prior to the discovery of the cremains? Sergeant Jason Jost and two other officers. Very, very interesting. But here's a question for the panel. Here's a question for people in chat. When was the first time that law enforcement knew that there was a fire at Stephen Avery's burn pit? When did they first discover that there was a fire actually at Stephen Avery's burn pit? Does anyone know? When did law enforcement get to hear about a fire? Jack 61.
Just speculating here, but I'm gonna go with when O'Neill and Baldwin pulled Brian and Brendan over, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Well, what about Joshua Don? He said he observed the fire on November the 5th.
That's true. Yeah, I forgot about him. Yeah, true.
Yep. Because on November the 5th, remember, he wrote the statement that he saw a fire coming close to where Stephen lives.
He did.
Right? Yep. Duke.
And remember, in Jost's report about the discovery of the burn pit, he talks about how on the 8th he started to piece things together based on remembering that Josh Verdant had said he had seen a fire that was larger than normal.
Yes.
In that area. That was on the 5th.
Yes. Interesting. Alice, do you have a comment?
Just went right out my bloody head, Doc. So I'll think about it. But I've just had a complete brain freeze there. Oh, that's what it was. See, I knew it'd come back to me eventually. Remember the phone call between Barb and Stephen, and Stephen was saying that they never had a fire on that night, and Barb and that I'm sure it was Barb and that was saying, "Aye, you did," but Stephen couldn't even remember having a fire.
Right.
He thought it was a week earlier. He thought it was the week prior.
Yeah. But then other people started telling him that there was a fire, and then Radant says he's seen a fire, and then Scott says he's seen a fire that was 3 feet, and then it went from 3 feet to 10 feet, and then it was higher than the house.
Correct.
So, and then they got Brendan, and Brendan says that there was a fire because him and Stephen were gone round and picking up rubbish and things like that, car seats and stuff, to put in the fire. But you've also got to remember, how many times had Brendan done that with Stephen before? Brendan could have been thinking of a completely different time and them having a fire and gone and getting stuff because it sounded like it was a regular thing that they did together. So nothing can be dependent on this fire because there is so many different stories about this bloody fire. It's hard to keep track of what's bloody what.
Correct. The point I'm trying to make is, if we're saying that these cremains were planted, it meant that whoever planted those cremains had to have known that there was a fire around Stephen Avery's property. And the person who mentioned, and Duke, I think Duke or Jack 61 pointed it out, the person who mentioned about the fire was Sergeant Jason Jost. And he's the one who, quote, and we'll read his report, "I pieced it all together. At the command post, I heard about Josh Redon observing a fire." Right? Just keep that in the back of your mind. All right. So, Jack 61, can we have a look at the second slide, please?
One more thing, Dr. Silkman. It may be insignificant, but I just still want to mention it. In those 2 phone calls that Stephen had with Jody on the 31st, do you guys remember any reference to a fire? Like, hey, what are you doing? Or I'm tending the fire, I'm burning some stuff for a dant, or I just cleaned up the yard and Brendan and I are tending to the fire, just cleaning things up. I don't remember any of that.
No, I don't recall. Duke?
No, there's not. No, there's no mention of a fire in those phone calls.
It was basically just idle chit-chat between Stephen and Jody. Neverly.
Granny had a question. She said, so did Joshua Dunn offer this info or was he asked by the cops?
Well, the story goes that Josh Redaunt went either to one of the roadblocks or the command center and gave his statement, right? And gave his statement on November the 5th about the fire. Duke.
Well, remember that interview that he did, or that statement that he gave on Saturday the 5th, was during a time where, if you read the report, I believe I'm looking at it now, it's page 79 of CASO. It starts off and it says, Josh Redaunt was asked to sign a consent to search form for his gravel stone quarry. So they brought him in to sign a consent form so they could search the quarry of his. And I think that's when they got the statement from him.
Correct. And Josh Redaunt said that the officers came back. He was re-interviewed several times, and he stated on MAM too that they wanted him to say that the fire was actually much bigger than what it was, right? Isn't that very interesting? So you now have Sergeant Jason Jost, who makes a connection of the burn pit with what Josh Redaunt observed, and now you can bring in Groel, who smelt something on October the 31st. And Neverly, did you have a comment?
Rob B had a question. I don't know if we're going to be able to answer it, but let's try. He said Stephen Avery was found not guilty of mutilation of a corpse. If he was to get a retrial, would the state file them charges against him again?
That's very, very interesting. I don't know. I'm not. I don't have a legal background, but isn't that very interesting? Yeah. Duke.
I think that they have to stick to the same scenario.
The same narrative, correct?
That's what the same narrative. I think that's what I said for Murdoch. So
yes, they can't change the narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct. Duke.
I don't mean to insinuate that this is nefarious by any means, but their next interview with Redaunt came on the 7th at about 7 p.m., which would have been after the Cuss Road discovery.
Yes. Interesting. All right. Well, let's have a look now at Anne Mignon's report, right? Neverly, do you see that slide? A2? Do you see A2? We'll just wait for Neverly to come back on. Neverly,
yes,
do you see?
I do. Yes, I do. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Would you, no problems. Would you like to read this out? Now, this is what Anne Mignon said. Let's go for it.
Manitoba County Sheriff Department did come to relieve me so I could use the restroom and have lunch. Jost stayed with the tank while I was gone. At 1:32 p.m., I returned and relieved Jost. While speaking with Jost, we discussed the burn pit and that it seemed odd to burn tires behind the residence. I advised him of what I had observed with the dog. He stated he felt someone should be notified and check this area. I stayed in the area so I could observe both the tank and the mound area. A short time later, Lieutenant Kelly Sipple of the Calumet County Sheriff Department did arrive. He checked the area and did find what appeared to be a bone of some type in the burned area of this mound. A member of the IC team checked the burned area, took over the scene security, and began looking through this area.
Well, isn't that interesting? All of a sudden, you have a new person being mentioned by name, Lieutenant Kelly Sipple. And according to Anne Mignon, it's Lieutenant Kelly Sipple who finds the first bone. Does anyone have any comments? Jack 61.
Well, I found that really, really interesting that she would report that, considering, the other reports we have. Plus, don't forget about, actually there are 2 phone calls with Holy Ghost, and that's, the one phone call I played, remember last week, he's talking to Deputy Inspector Shetter,
Shadow. Yep.
Yeah, this is on the 11th, and he finds out that it was Yost allegedly. We don't really know that finds these bones, this alleged bone. He says, "Oh
Mm-hmm.
no, I just pointed the direction. He didn't want anything to do with it, but he found the biggest thing in the case, and he don't want shit to do
Incorrect. Correct. But
So
isn't it interesting? Isn't
it,
it interesting, Jack 61 and guys, that now it's Lieutenant Kelly Sipple that finds the first bone. Jack
it is
61.
it is very interesting considering not only this, but his phone call. He actually had a couple on the 9th. His phone call to his captain, Captain Paul Rush, at Calumet County, where he's saying, "Hey, I found 2 5-gallon buckets full of human bones over here. I need some help, man."
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
It is very interesting. And notice that Anne Mignon does not mention Bear being aggressive, just that poor Bear was constipated,
Not
right?
one time did she mention Bear being aggressive or gonna bite
Right.
somebody.
And Joanne Mignon is right there. Remember, we showed in a couple of podcasts ago that she was supervising the emptying of the septic tank.
That's
So
right.
she had a prime view of the burn pit and also Bear. So she doesn't mention the fact that Sergeant Jason Jost was standing next to a red flag. She stated that, Lieutenant Kelly Sipple came along and he appeared to find a bone. So notice Sturtevant's story or recollections are different to what Joanne Mignon stated. Duke.
Speaking of Joanne's report, one of the things that I noticed, I think it was just yesterday when I was reading through her report again, is that I've always wondered why it took them an hour and a half to call up State Crime Lab, right?
Correct.
And they see it at 1:30 or abouts in that time frame, and then call the State Crime Lab at 3 p.m. And I'm just realizing that Joanne Mignon says that she wraps everything up and leaves at 2:59. I don't know what that means, but it's interesting that right when she leaves, then they call the State Crime Lab to come on in.
Yep. And notice that she says in her report, Jost stayed with the tank while I was gone. How does Joanne Mignon know where Sergeant Jason Jost was? She wasn't there, right? Now, isn't that interesting? All right. So we've got Sturtevant and what he recollects. We've got Mignon and what she states. And we welcome Susan. Susan, welcome. Good to see you here.
She says that her mic is not working, but she's here just listening. She's here to support us. Thank you, Susan.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Susan. All right. So let's have a look at the next slide. Now, this is completely mind-blowing, right? Just Rhonda, do you see slide A3?
Let me see.
Do you see A3? Beautiful. Can you read this report out? This is CASO page 130. This is a report written, and notice the date, November the 7th, and it's written by Lieutenant Kelly Sipple. Let's go for it.
Okay. Type of activity, supplemental report, date of activity 11/7/05, reporting officer Lieutenant Kelly Sipple. By Monday a.m. 11/7/05, we were able to organize a larger group of firemen and law enforcement personnel to start doing ground searching on and around the Avery property. We also brought in approximately 60 state troopers to re-walk the salvage yard. The intent here was to now try and attempt to locate any evidence other than Teresa's vehicle to see if Teresa Halbach had been on the Avery property. Do you want me to read the note?
No, just hold on a sec.
Okay.
Hold on a sec.
Okay.
Now, so it's Lieutenant Kelly Sipple who called in the state troopers, right? It appears that he called them in or somebody called them in. 60 state troopers walked the entire Avery salvage yard. But I want you to comment, guys. Did you hear what he wrote in his report? An attempt to locate any evidence other than Teresa's vehicle to see if Teresa Horbach had been on the Avery property. Jack 61.
Yeah, I looked into Sipple's reports long ago, and I'm 99.9% sure he dated this incorrectly with intent, because as far as I know, 60 state troopers were not called in until the 9th, and that was to search the Redont pit and the Manitowoc County gravel pit. That's what I think.
Interesting. Anybody else have any comments? All right, because remember what Sturdivant was saying about the troopers being called in, and they wanted them to search earthen sites, ash piles, and the so-called red flag. Remember the red flag? Well, that's going to come up again, right? Just wonder, would you like to read out the note, please? That's on that slide.
Yes. Note, same day that Sergeant Jason Joe sped bear at Stevens Burn Pit, was at Redon's Pit and MCGP with cadaver dogs. Search Team A, Cuss Road. Siders discovers burnt electronics in Stevens bone barrel.
Okay. So guys, November the 7th is a very, very important day, right? Because Sergeant Jason Jost and 2 other officers were at the burn pit, allegedly feeding bear, and Duke found the picture showing the dog food on the ground. Remember? I think that photograph was November the 10th or November the 11th. There's dog food on the ground, untouched by bear. And bear had a completely full white bucket of dog food on November the 6th, and he had dog food in his kennel. So he had plenty of dog food, and Barb fed him on the 6th and on the 8th. So Bear had plenty of dog food and likely water. Sergeant Jason Jost was also at Redon's Pit. He was also at the Manitowoc County gravel pit with cadaver dogs. And remember the reports that were written on the back of that paper? The fact that they had found all these things, they took photographs, GPS coordinates, etc., etc. So something was happening at those locations. In the Manitowoc County gravel pit, Brutus, on November the 10th, he hit at a burn site and alerted there. So there's a lot of activity occurring in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. November the 7th is very interesting because that's when Search Team A is formed, and you have the events at Cuss Road. One other important finding is that Siders, in the afternoon of November the 7th, discovers the burnt electronics in Stephen Avery's burn barrel. Do we have any questions so far? Duke, did you have a comment? Did anyone have any comments? Any questions so far?
No comment. I was just looking at that when Jack mentioned he thought it was a typo and it was a different date. I was looking too. And I think he's right. I think it is a typo. I don't know if they were in Mitchell's or Manitowoc County gravel pit, but yeah.
Interesting.
Well, just to add to why I think this is a complete farce, it's because if I'm remembering correctly, there are no sign in, sign out logs indicating, other than the 9th, of all these various troopers and investigators from the Wisconsin State Trooper Association. That's all on the 9th and 10th, not on the 7th. Plus,
Interesting.
Plus, I think there's other activity. I read a Reddit post about this long ago. I'll have to pull that up because there's something else I'm not remembering that I found that says this is the wrong date, and I think he did it with complete intention.
Well, I'll tell you why this is so significant. Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, last thing I'll say about that, there's also a news report on the 9th of them saying, either the 9th or the 10th, of them saying that 60 state troopers were brought in, which is a specific number, I think, and it would correlate to this report.
Right, but this is now significant because remember what Sturdivant said. Sturdivant stated that Sergeant Jason Joyce was standing next to a red flag. Do you remember that? So someone allegedly had marked a bone in the grass with a red flag, right? And Sturdivant said, hey, it's because the troopers came in, walked the entire property, and asked us to examine all these particular sites, right? Jack 61.
Yeah, wasn't there another, maybe even in that same photo, like 2 red flags, like there at the bottom side of the burn pit?
I'm glad you asked. So Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? And guys, please keep your questions coming if you've got them. All right. So if we have a look at the next slide, this is intriguing. Now, it just so happened that Trooper Reese on November the 7th took 2 photographs of the burn pit, right? And if you have a look on the left-hand side, you can clearly see a gentleman, this is on the left-hand side, you can clearly see a gentleman standing right next to Stephen Avery's burn barrel, right? He's standing right next to the burn barrel. Around the burn barrel, you have crime scene tape. So I think he could be holding one of those sticks to get coordinates. So he could be part of the 3D measuring team. But think about it. You have crime scene tape around a piece of forensic evidence, and you've got this guy right next to the burn barrel. But if you notice, there's nobody there. The whole scene is empty. But if you look very closely in the grass, in front of the burn pit, there is no red flag. Guys, can you see any red flags? And remember what Sturdivant said, that the troopers marked locations for them to check. If you look on the grass, you can clearly see the white bucket next to the kennel, right? But there is no red flags at all. If you look at the photograph on the right-hand side, right, you can see the gentleman has moved from the burn barrel. And if Jack 61 zooms in, you can actually see the crime scene tape around the burn barrel, and you can see that the tire iron has been removed from the burn barrel, right? And remember, it was Siders who found the burnt electronics at 12:06 p.m., which means that Trooper Reese took these photographs in the early afternoon. There are no red flags around the burn pit. But wait a minute. Sturdivant said that he saw Jason Joyce standing next to a red flag, next to a bone fragment. So does that mean that none of the troopers went through? That actually confirms that Sipple wrote the wrong date on the report, doesn't it, guys? The troopers hadn't gone through the Avery salvage yard, correct?
I think he did write the wrong date, and I think it was intentional.
Correct. There's no red flag, right? Which now begs the question: if the troopers didn't come through, right? How did Sergeant Jason Jost and wait for it, Sipple, discover the first bone fragment allegedly next to a red flag? There's something not right. Duke.
I think I can go one better than that photo even, Doc. We've got an overhead photo that was taken from, I think, a helicopter or
Yes.
or airplane that shows. I think I shared it with you recently. We can see the septic tank pump
Yes.
in
Yes.
there. There's no red flags in the backyard of
Let me see
Stephen.
if I can pull that up, Duke. Just keep talking.
I'll
Yes.
send it to you so you can. You got it right here. I'll
Yes.
send it to you, Jack.
Yes. Yes. Which is incredible, right? So obviously it couldn't have been that state troopers went through the area and marked the burn pit with a red flag, which meant that the burn pit was not an area of interest to anybody, right? And you can see on the photograph on the right-hand side, Bear is still there, right? He's on the burn pit in his normal domain, right? There are no red flags. And this is the photograph I think that Duke was talking about, showing an overhead picture. And you can see the septic tank. So correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that November the 8th? That's November the 8th. That's when Joe and Mignon was there, when they emptied the septic tank. Duke.
This is right around noon, and we know
Correct.
that from Joanne's timeline, which she was very specific about, and we can see that the septic tank is behind the Dassey Honda home there.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
Yeah, right around noon, before Jost was left there alone with the burn pit.
Correct. Interesting, right? So quite clearly the troopers hadn't have gone through, and the troopers did not put any red flags, right? Which is very, very interesting. And here we have Trooper Reese, who took 2 photographs of the burn pit. There's clearly no red flags there on November the 7th in the afternoon. But Jack 61, can we have a look at the very next slide, please? Now this is very, very interesting, right? So this slide, when Jack 61 puts it up, I believe this slide was taken on November the 10th, right? Because Pevito brought in his team to re-examine the burn pit. Now, lo and behold, look what you find. There are 3 red flags that appear in the picture. Can you see the one in the grass on the left-hand side? And on the right-hand side, there are 2 red flags. I think they were around a mallet that was on the ground. So suddenly now you've got the appearance of the red flags. This would have been around, I believe, November the 10th, when Pevito's team came in and re-examined the burn pit. So where did Sturdivant get the notion that Sergeant Jason Joyce was standing next to a red flag? Guys, any questions, any comments? Do we have anything, guys? Do we have any questions from chat? Paul Ward? Paul Ward's got a question. Alice, would you like to read it out?
Yeah, and he says, has that single bone got its own number because it's not in the burn pit?
That's very, very interesting. Duke, do you want to comment on that? Because the box of bones were the ones that were sifted from the burn pit itself. Duke.
Yeah, it's a good question, and if you listen to or read the trial testimony, Udine and Strang were really pushing this bone that was found 8 feet south. And one of the people they were asking about it was Ertl, who was kind of in charge of the sifting process. And what they kept asking him was, were there any bones that you saw that were found outside of the burn pit? His answer was consistently no. That everything he sifted and all the bones that he put into that box came from the concentrated burn portion of that burn pit.
Correct. So there was a question about JD said, I thought the mobile crime lab laid the flags. No, they didn't. It was Sturdivant's team. And if you go through, not Sturdivant, sorry, Pevito's team. If you read Pevito's trial transcript, they actually had a search team do like a grid search, and they were asked to put down red flags whenever they saw a piece of evidence, but not to touch it. Now, that red flag that's in the grass, we don't know what that represents, right? But remember, Sergeant Jason Jost, and you wait for it, Lieutenant Kelly Sipple, they're the ones that mention the presence of a bone in the grass, which is very interesting. Now, of course, what I can't explain is if you're cremating a human being in the burn pit, how does a bone fragment leap out of that fire and end up 8 feet south of the burn pit? Duke, would you like to comment on that?
Well, I don't know how it's possible either. However, Sturdivant during trial, I can't remember right now if it was during the trial or during the pre-trial. He kind of went off script, as you might say, and mentioned something about how the rain might have bones and run him out there. So he wasn't asked about it, but at one point he tried giving an explanation as to why that bone was out there. I don't know.
Correct.
How it could have gotten out.
Correct. It's completely bizarre, right? Now, it's likely that those red flags were placed by Pevito's team, because if you read Pevito's transcripts, he asked fellow officers if they find anything that was of interest to mark it with a red flag. But if you notice, Bear's gone. Okay, Bear's no longer there. This, I believe, was taken on November the 10th. Pevito had a photographer who took pictures of the burn pit. This is clearly before the entire burn pit was destroyed using skid steers, right? All right. Now, do we have any additional questions? Alice?
Well, it's just merely a comment. I mean, you says, how did that bone get there? Well, I mean, you've got to remember, I mean, Stephen has, he must have like 2 different personalities, because one of them is a complete genius and knows how to get rid of all traces of DNA, forensics, everything like that. But the other one is dumb as shit and burns the body and moves the bones and separates them and everything like that. In this bloody case, I mean, if we were watching this as a movie, we would think it was a fucking comedy.
And a tragedy. And a
tragedy. All those into one. Aye, exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Because it is just so ridiculous what they're saying about where the bones were. And I mean, look how light it is and everything like that there. And what did you say that these pictures were?
Likely on November the 10th.
On the 10th.
Pevito had his own photographer with him. And this is before you can see that Bear's not there. So this is after November the 9th. Guys, you got to understand, there was no processing of the burn pit on November the 9th. Right, Duke?
Right, there's not. And I guess I'm looking at the picture now, but you see this jug that's kind of in the center of the burn pit there?
Yes.
That wasn't there on November the 6th in Trooper Reese's photos. So where the hell did that thing come from?
No, correct. And as you can see, they actually used water bottles to lay down the tarp, right? So all sorts of stuff happened to that burn pit. You don't know what's in situ now. It's forever lost. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Just a couple of rhetorical questions and a comment. First, number one, when Holy Ghost allegedly found this bone or Sipple or whoever the hell, why wasn't it photographed immediately in situ? That would have taken 2 seconds. That's number one.
Correct.
And then number two, I'm thinking about the report that you found last week that we read out detailing where I don't remember if it was Earl or Sturtevant said, "Well, let's just pack it up for the day. We can come back
Correct.
tomorrow and reprocess and take some photos." After they had already moved all this shit out of the
Everything.
pit.
Everything.
It's crazy. It's already been altered. Why would you photograph it then?
Correct. It's too late. So
Yeah.
so basically what Sturtevant was trying to justify was, oh yeah, we did a sloppy job. We sifted really, really quickly. We didn't take any photographs. We didn't call a coroner. We didn't call a forensic anthropologist. And as soon as it got dark, we didn't call in for lights. We wanted to get those bones and analyzed as quickly as possible. And if they turned out to be Teresa Horbach, we could always come back and do further processing. What the fuck? I've never. This it's worse than a comedy. It's a pure tragedy. And I think Paul Ward made the comment. He stated, could have been a bone from anything. And you're 100% correct, which we'll discuss in a minute. Now, Duke, do you have a comment?
Just real quickly, what he kept reiterating during trial was that his main concern was to get these bones to the crime lab as soon as possible so they could determine whether or not they were Teresa or human in order
Correct.
to go back there. However, that's just not how policing works, first of all. And second of all, they have, for the previous and even during that day, utilized the cadaver dogs to look for and to detect human remains. One would put 2 and 2 together and say, hold on, let's bring the dogs up here, see if they have any interest. Not to say that that's a concrete fact. However, if there is interest, that would, for them, strongly suggest that those bones were human, and that site would have been treated a lot differently.
Oh, 100%. And somebody made the comment, Alligator 57, note, one red flag is outside the crime scene tape. 100% correct, right? And quite clearly, whatever was marked there couldn't have been part of the crime, right? Because if it was part of the crime, they would have extended the crime scene tape to make sure that nobody tramples off into that area there, right? So because we don't know what was at that red flag, could have been anything, right? So it's bizarre that they would put the red flag outside the crime scene tape. Excellent observation. Jack 61.
Well, just to go back to November 8th and what Duke is talking about and the processing of this scene and everything that's been talked about, you have to also understand that people that maybe don't know, we've talked about it before, but I'm going to reiterate it. They had lights and generators on the property that they could have
Yes.
easily lit up that backyard and stayed on the evening of the 8th up until, like they did Cuss Road, they blew that damn place up. They blew up the
Correct.
Manitowoc County gravel pit. So if this amazing discovery happened on the 8th, why didn't they stay and process that scene? I just don't understand it. I don't. And then didn't show up at all on the 9th.
100% correct. I can't answer that question, Jack 61. Duke.
It's even worse than that, Jack, because if you look at Ertl's testimony, he actually tells us that they had the lights set up elsewhere on the property the night of the 8th so that they could examine these 2 cars that they wanted to take a look at. So they were utilizing the lights, but on some cars and not the burn pit that apparently Teresa was burned in.
Correct. Now, what's amazing is this. They're looking for a missing person. They're looking for Teresa Horbach. This burn pit is literally just outside Stephen Avery's door, right? Now, they're very suspicious of Stephen Avery, right? And it's remarkable that a cadaver dog goes through Stephen Avery's trailer and does a hit, not in the master bedroom, but remember, they didn't know about Brendan Dassey at that stage. The Duke, Brutus doesn't do a hit in Stephen Avery's master bedroom, but does a hit inside the laundry bathroom area on November the 5th, right? What is interesting is that Lenk, Colburn, Remica, I believe, they're the ones that go into the trailer and start collecting blood samples already before they even call Errol. So these guys go in the trailer and start collecting swabs of blood samples, dried red substance. Now, wait a minute. They find a bone fragment, and don't worry, we're going to go through it. This is going to blow your mind. They find a bone fragment near a burnt pit on November the 8th. They're looking for Teresa. Now, one would think, as Duke pointed out, as Jack 61 pointed out, you would think, wait a minute, we found a bone fragment. Is this bone fragment human? Oh my God, if it is it Teresa Horbach? It's got to be Teresa Horbach. What other human being got burnt here? So don't you think they immediately would have shut down the entire site, called in the coroner, and everyone would have descended down there going, we better sift this burn pit piece by piece. And what is damning, guys, what happened one day prior? What happened one day prior?
Cuss Road.
And how many people were down at Cuss Road?
Oh, minimum of 30. Minimum. And blocked off the road, blocked off the entire area. No one could go in or out except people that lived there. But they had to leave they had to prove who they were. They locked it down completely.
And what was flying overhead that took several hundred pictures?
That was Trooper McDonald. McDonald from the Wisconsin State Troopers State Reconstruction Unit.
And who brought in lights?
Oh, well, that was Poggle and Uyghur and
Yeah, Fassbender. So in other words, they treated Cuss Road like a bona fide crime scene. Would you agree?
They did. Absolutely, they did.
What do you see at Stephen Avery's burn pit on November the 8th? Answer?
Almost nothing.
Nothing. Duke.
And remember, what it, like you said, Doc, perfectly. What were they looking at on the 8th? Bone, right? So what prompted that level of response to Cuss Road? Not what they claim to have found. What were they looking at? And that's some plastic coming out of the ground.
Yep.
A little bit of a tarp.
Yep.
So tarp and plastic warranted that response, but a bone outside of Stephen Avery's burn pit did not.
Yep. Correct. So it is a massive asymmetric response between Cuss Road, that turned out to be a peat moss bag and a rotten pallet, compared to finding human cremains 10 feet outside the back door of your primary suspect. Neverly, make some sense of this madness.
Also, it would be nice to have a phone call where Jost calls up Pagel and say, hey, boss, we found a freaking bone in front of his house by the burn pit. Wouldn't that be nice? Just like we got that phone call from Pagel where it says, oh yeah, we found body parts, key, blood, and like it all paid off. Giddy, ha ha.
But you know what? Neverly? If we're correct, and I believe your Riz is correct, Pagel was not in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, but he was in Mickle's quarry.
Yeah. But my point is that if for such a significant event to find a vertebrae in the fire pit, when the state says that that's where poor Teresa was cremated and mutilated,
yes,
that there's no, first of all, Joe didn't want to write a report, and then there's no phone call to alert people, hey, this is what we found, we got him.
Correct. There was no respect paid by the investigators at the burn pit. None. Yet all hell broke loose at Cuss Road. And yet,
Yes.
yeah, keep going, Neverly.
And to show their concern about what was found in front of Stephen's residence at the fire pit where they claimed that Teresa was burnt and mutilated. I was going to say something. Oh, God, it just slipped my mind.
That's okay.
Oh, yeah, they had no qualms about those bones. They put them up in the box, and 3 days later, they went home at 5 o'clock. Just no problem. We can deal with this another day. Right?
It was tools down. It was tools down,
Yeah.
including, and Duke will make the point, including leaving a hacksaw blade and other instruments on the ground.
Yeah, and shovels, and they never tested it, no reports at least, nothing. So much
No.
concern. And then Paul Ward said, and such disrespect to bring the skid steer there and to start digging and to make funny faces, taking pictures of that. So they took a picture of that, but they didn't take pictures in situ of freaking bones.
Oh, yes.
In front of the fire pit where this lady allegedly was burned. Come on.
Correct. Thank you, Neverly. Duke, do you have a comment?
Oh, it's such a good point, Neverly, because this cannot be forgotten here. And again, I will point to Sturdivant's testimony as what gave me this information. But Sturdivant himself says that on the 8th, once they made this discovery, he himself called up Kevin Heimerl. Heimerl is an arson investigator that had been doing it for, correct me if I'm wrong here, but 20 plus years. Sturdivant was new into the arson division itself. He had not had much experience. So he phoned up Kevin Heimerl, obviously, probably to say, here's what we've got here. You want to come out. Apparently, Kevin Heimerl was too busy doing other things, and what we know now is Heimerl was doing some, I think he was doing some interviews with people around the Cuss Road area or whatever. But it wasn't important enough for him to come. And then to make matters even worse, Deb Strauss, he says, calls Tom Fassbender on the 8th when she's at the burn pit to let him know. And guess what? It wasn't important enough for Fassbender to come there either, based on what she said. So they did call, and they were able to discuss what they were looking at, and still no one came.
Yes, but to make matters worse, though, Duke, and that's an excellent point, and also what Neverly made, you have Fassbender, Wiegert, Sheriff Pagel, the medical examiner, Michael Glazer, all at Mickle's Quarry on the 10th, and apparently Mickle's Quarry is a no-show, right? It's not important. And yet you've got those investigators and the medical examiner and the sheriff all at Mickle's Quarry, yet none of them were at Stephen Avery's burn pit where they actually found bones. Jack 61.
Yeah, and thinking about I've been just kind of sliding through photos from Cuss Road where you guys have been talking. We have several of the heavy and lead investigators here, and this whole entire area is blanketed. It's blocked off. Can't get down there, and it's hard to see from here. We'd have to get some other photos, but this crime scene tape goes down.
It's huge.
Well, I mean, it goes down the road here to the path to, or trail, whatever you want to call it, to the deer camp.
To the deer camp. Correct.
Yep. Then it also extends back in here into the woods, which we know that the tarp is up here toward the top of this photo. It extends over to the right and back into the property over here. They completely locked that area away and wouldn't allow anyone.
Colburn said, actually, to block the road and to bring more evidence tape, didn't he?
That's right. And, to add to this, if you are to believe the Disturbed Earth warrant that the affidavit that Wiegert wrote, he talks about I can't remember the dog handler's name. She brought her cadaver dog in, and it hit on this area of disturbed earth, which indicated to him there was some kind of biological or death, whatever he said.
Correct. And we will go through that. Don't you worry. We're building up to that point, Jack 61, because the discovery, I think it was by Sunshine Christina, of the
Search.
disturbed earth affidavit, search warrant. That's going to break the case. That's so critical because it brings everything beautifully together. Neverly, do you have a comment?
I was just going to ask Jack, since he's already shuffling through the pictures. Yeah, the blue tarp right there. If he could also bring up that picture where it shows the location of Michael's quarry in regards to Stephen Avery's property. Or
Yeah, we're going to
salvage
do
yard.
that. We're going to do
Yeah,
that. We're
just
going
as
to
a
do that.
refresher.
Nibley. Yeah, we're going to do it, Nibley. I've got a picture that shows exactly that.
Yeah, I was
Now,
going to say, Doc has already got a slide that's got all that.
yep. Yeah, once you see it, it's just going to blow your mind. Now, this report, the next page, Jack 61 is slide A6, right? Now, this report is very, very important. This is a report written by Kelly Sipple, right? Remember the phone call between Jost and Sipple. Now, Neverly, do you see the area in yellow? Do you
Yes,
feel
I
like
do.
reading, or shall I get
Sure.
somebody else to read? You can read.
Sure. Yeah.
Now, this is Sipple, what he wrote on November the 8th. Pay close attention, guys, because it now brings everything into light. Let's go for it.
Shortly after 1340 hours, which is 20 to 2 p.m. On Tuesday, 11/8/2005, I had the opportunity to speak with Sergeant Jost with the Manitoba County Sheriff's Department. Sergeant Jost indicated to me there had been a large burnt area behind the red garage on the Avery property located in the northwest corner of the property. He felt that this area may not have gotten searched properly based on the fact that there was a large German Shepherd in the immediate area. Yeah, right.
Okay. Before you continue, why was Sergeant Jason Jost so particular and so persuasive about Stephen Avery's burn pit? Why was he the only one? Alice, why? Why was he always pointing at the burn pit? Why was he the one doing this, Alice?
I have no fucking clue, Doc, to be honest. It's one of the things that's bugged me about the whole case, is why these certain people have found certain things and how they've been roped in to be a part of it, because no matter the way you look at it, it's part of a frame up and it's part of a cover up, and whoever's involved needs to be held accountable. So I can't honestly answer that, Doc, because I don't know.
Okay. Duke, why is Sergeant Jost always pointing at the burn pit? Duke.
I mean, I think the only answer is because he has seen, found, put something by the burn pit.
Interesting. Are you suggesting that he wants something to be found?
He wants to direct other people to find something.
Good point. I don't recall. What about Sergeant Jason Jost? Why is he always pointing to the burn pit?
I was thinking he was either about to or already had planted things in the pit. Probably already had.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Jack 61.
Well, if he hasn't or is going to or whatever, or has, just like the RAV, just like the key, just like the license plate, it had to be found. It had to be found.
Okay. Very good point. Just Rhonda, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Duke said. That's when you asked the question, I started thinking, well, he needed to for whatever reason, he needed to point the attention to that area. And I think he had a plan from jump to, frame a burning narrative. That's
Mm-hmm.
what I think. I don't know. But I kind
Yep.
of agree with Duke.
Okay, excellent. Neville, why did Sergeant Jason Jost talk to everyone and made sure that everyone looked at the burn pit?
I think also that way other people would confirm what he planned and what he was saying, also to deflect from other areas. And it would be funny if they found the key in the bedroom, but they found bones 2 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
It would be harder to explain.
Yep, correct. Now, don't forget, on November the 8th, they found the key. 1 day prior, they found the burnt electronics, and they found the number plates on the 8th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I think that they
sudden,
wanted to contain to the salvage yard everything, which is easier to control the narrative basically that way. And I think
correct.
that he also wanted other people to find, quote unquote, what he planted. If maybe that's too harsh, we don't know that. We can
We don't know.
speculate.
We don't know.
We
But
can speculate. You know what I mean? Just to confirm what he said. So it's not just him who saw that.
correct. But have a read of what Sipple writes next. Neville, let's
Okay.
go for it.
I then responded to that location with him where we took a look at the burn area. Inside the burn area, I observed a small grayish material that appeared to be bone. Sergeant Jost also pointed out a piece located in front of me and to my right, at which time I could tell that the item he was referring to appeared to be bone. He also pointed out a large piece, which was directly in front of me and to my right. This bone, from looking at it, appeared to be a part of a person's spinal column.
Repeat that
Indeed,
again. Repeat that again. What did the bone look like?
this bone, from looking at it, appeared to be part of a person's spinal column.
Spinal column.
Mm-hmm. A vertebrae, basically.
Yep.
In these two items, I could observe from where I was sitting a honeycombing and their center mass. This honeycombing was familiar to me due to the fact that as a child, my parents owned a shop, and at times we would burn some of the bones of the animals that we butchered. And when cleaning out our burn area, I had the opportunity to observe the same type of event happen in those bones as what I was seeing in the bones within the pit.
Within the pit.
Didn't you? Why didn't you think that they were animal bones? Why did you immediately think that it was Teresa's bones? As we were looking at these particular items, two State of Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigation, DCI agents approached our position. One individual I know as Tom Sturdivant, and the other individual is a female agent, and I do not have her name. I informed the agents that we observed that we felt were several pieces of bone. It should also be noted that prior to checking the burn area, I observed that the area had not been disturbed. It appeared that due to the previous heavy rains we had through the weekend, that being Saturday night.
Okay, just hold on a second. Okay. Hold on a second. Do you notice how the narrative is now different?
Mm-hmm.
It's Sipple and Jost together found bones.
Plural.
Bones. And where's the red flag? Duke, do you have a comment? The narrative has now changed. The narrative has now changed. It's now Sipple and Jost who find bones. One of them looks like a spinal cord, a vertebrae, a vertebra.
Yeah. And he had to point all of that out that was in front of his nose, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And how come Mr. Butcher didn't find that himself? What was he looking at then?
Correct. Duke, do you have a comment?
This is a great example of what I mentioned earlier here, is there's a difference now between remember Sturdivant was really insistent in saying, like, hey, we rushed this because we just wanted to see if it was Teresa, and if it was, we would come back to it. However,
Correct.
their own words are saying that we saw what we believed were human bones right there.
Yep.
You know
a
what?
person,
Sipple
not
was
an
there,
animal.
he left.
Yep.
Are you telling me that he finds human bones and then just leaves 20 minutes later without
Yep.
any concern?
Correct. Jack 61.
And no mention of red flags that I've seen so far.
No red flags.
And I'm going to tell
And
you,
know that
I know you read enough, and probably Duke has probably really read enough. You got to be really careful about what you read from Kelly Sipple. I'm telling you, I'm telling it. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to come to a conclusion, which I think now confirms it, right? So now the narrative is different. Notice that Jost and Sipple are finding bones and in the burn pit. But look what he says. He says, I observed that the area had not been disturbed. How on God's earth does he know what it looked like prior to him looking at it? You get my hint? How did Sipple know what the burn pit looked like? A Duke.
He must have been up there giving Bear a good old petting, tell him he's a good boy.
Good
A
boy.
good old pet. Yep. Interesting. All right. Neville, would you like to continue?
Sure.
This is on A7. We'll just wait for Jack to put up. Here we go.
So what we left off where the burn pit area was not disturbed, and it was Saturday night, Sunday morning, where we received approximately an inch plus in rain. There was a crust over the top of the burn area, the burned ash and materials. It did not appear as if anybody had previously dug into or moved anything within the pile. The two items that we observed were lying directly on top. With the two agents on scene, I then moved out of the location and advised the command post that we had possibly found some bones. Sergeant Jost remained back with the two DCI agents. When we located the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, they later returned to the location to excavate it. I, Lieutenant Sipple, went off duty at approximately 1500 hours.
Okay. Now, look at this farce. You got Sipple, you got Jost, you got Sturdivant, you got Mignon. Allegedly, they all see bones, and they mention several times that it looks like a human vertebrae from a spinal column. Don't you think, with all these officers there, don't you think the very first thing you do is don't touch anything, guys? We need to call a coroner. I want your comments. Why wasn't a coroner immediately called upon finding what appeared to be a human vertebrae, which is part of a spinal column? Can you tell me why a coroner or forensic anthropologist or Fassbender and Wiegert or Pagel were not immediately called? Alice, why weren't they not immediately called?
Because, in my opinion, Doc, I think if they'd called Deb Kakach, they wouldn't have got away with what they've got away with, because she would have kicked them away. She would have gridded it all. She would have taken in situ photos. She would have done everything the proper way, and they couldn't have a paper trail. They couldn't have anything that would come back on them, because you've got to remember that they didn't think that anybody was going to look into this case as much as it's been looked into by everybody that's looked into it, So, in my opinion, they couldn't trust her. And if she went on that property, things would have been a hell of a lot different, in my opinion.
Okay, good point. Thank you, Alice. Duke, Why didn't they call a coroner immediately?
Well, I mean, it's because there was no crime scene there.
Mm-hmm. Which begs the question, Duke, and I want your answer. Why was Michael Claser called to Mickle's Quarry?
Because there was a crime scene there.
You mean when they discovered the so-called spinal column in the water? Or the charred foot?
I mean, when he's out there at 4 o'clock on the 10th, and at 5:50 on the 10th, Hagel is saying that they've found bones and body parts that day, much more.
So you notice what's happened. These officers find bones in a burn pit, one of which is described as a vertebrae. They don't call the medical examiner. They don't call a coroner. They don't call a forensic anthropologist. They don't call Pagel. They don't call anybody. And the crime scene appear 1.5 hours later. There's something not right. I don't recall. How come they never called the coroner?
Because they were up to no good, in my opinion, and they didn't want anybody honest and doing their job there, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Jack 61. Why didn't they put tools down and call a coroner?
Well, that is the question because, and I'm sure that Sturdivant and even Sipple, probably even Yost, knows that if you find suspected human remains, that's who you're supposed to call, or at least you run it up the chain, and let a Diaz Cheddar or one of the lead investigators make that call. But the thing is that as everyone's talked about, if a coroner came in or even a forensic anthropologist was called in, they're going to clear the deck, and they're going to bring their own people in and do what they do, which is a proper excavation. They're going to grit it off. They're going to put down a single trail, everything. They're going to photograph it, and they didn't want that. I mean, you can clearly see. Go ahead.
You mean they didn't want to do a proper in situ investigation?
Of course not.
Of the crime scene?
Absolutely not, because we see this also. It also happened in the quarry in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. They didn't do it there either.
No.
So
they didn't.
That begs the question. We often say we can't really explain their decision. We only see the end result, and we're seeing the end result right here. They didn't make the call. They just said, okay, well, we'll just do it ourselves. And that's not proper protocol at all. It's just not.
No.
If it's proper protocol for Wisconsin, then we got a big problem. It also begs the question. I mean, it also begs the question, is that just part of their philosophy? Where does that come in at? And it's not to say that, I think that all officers are bad people. I don't. At all.
No, that's correct.
Somebody made that call, say, you know what? We're not calling the coroner. We're not allowing these people in here. Somebody made that call.
But you have to admit something broke down. Something seriously broke down. My God, all they had to do was, hey guys, let's bring the team of cadaver dogs here.
Yep.
Let's see if they show any interest in that burn pit. Right? Oh, there's bear. We'll get a vet. We'll remove bear. Let's do this burn pit a one over with a cadaver dog, maybe even a scent dog. Is there any activity? Is this a fake crime scene? Is this not a crime scene at all? Right? None of that was done. Duke.
Yeah, real quick, and again, I think it's so helpful to have this here because we could speculate. This could be a case where we look at it and say, are they really just that, is their investigation tactics that poor that they would do this? However, we know that it's not because one day before, the same team, the same investigation treats a finding of some plastic that's sticking out of the ground, some disturbed earth, and a little piece of tarp in the way that they treated Cuss Road. They shut it down. They brought everyone in. Dogs were in. They utilized everything. So we know that this team of investigators, how they handle a scene of, again, what they're looking for is Teresa. And that's how they
Correct.
handled it there, because they thought they found her there. So a day later, they use the excuse, whatever the excuse is, that they don't treat that site the same way is ludicrous.
Completely. And to make matters worse, you have a dog, a scent dog, Loof, who makes a beeline directly towards the clandestine burial site in such a manner that Pagel said, do not let that dog cross the police tape. Loof. You then have Brutus, who does a hit on the disturbed earth area later on. So wait a minute. You've got both a cadaver dog and a scent dog that make a beeline to what? A peat moss bag? That makes no sense at all. Yet, you have Brutus, who is literally within feet of the highest source of human decomposition you can get. He bypasses the burn pit and goes to the under burn barrels, right? No other cadaver dog or scent dog makes a beeline for the burn pit. And yet we are to believe that Teresa's body was cremated in that burn pit, and the box of bones were a result of sifting the ash. There's something not right. And you consistently have Sergeant Jason Jost talking to Anne Mignon, talking to Sipple. Oh, I think we better check this burn pit. And you now have Sipple and Jost together that find the bones, and you've got Sipple who talks to Jost saying, you better write a report, because I think it was Pevito, he wants to know who touched anything. And he tells Sipple, right, Jack 61, oh, I just directed them to. Wait a minute, you were there with Sipple. You're the guys that found the human cremains, allegedly. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Yeah, it's just hard to believe, just like everybody else said, that at Cuss Road we have a proper crime scene. And like 5-10 minutes ago, when Jack was displaying the picture of Cuss Road, and then the second one when there was a blue tarp, would they cover peat moss with blue tarp?
No.
Exactly.
No, anyone with half a brain would have taken 5 minutes to realize, boys, whatever's here has got nothing to do with the investigation. Jack 61.
Yeah, I just popped on screen briefly what you were talking about on Cuss Road. This is number 12, the top one. I got it zoomed. I'm sorry, 13.
Yes.
And Uyghur's affidavit.
Yes.
Your applicant is informed that dog handler Julie Kramer from the Great Lakes Search and Rescue, Great Lakes K9 utilized a cadaver dog in the search. Kramer utilized a trained cadaver dog near the area of disturbed earth located by Bushmen. The trained cadaver dog.
Who was a dog handler?
Yeah. The trained cadaver dog hit on the area of disturbed earth, indicating that a body or blood had been present in that area.
Now notice that they didn't do the same at Stephen Avery's burn pit.
That's the reason I put it up here, Doc.
Yep. Because the genuine crime scene was at Cuss Road. The fake or manufactured crime scene was at Stephen Avery's burn pit. And Susan still asked the question that I cannot answer. Why didn't they make it work and blame Stephen for Cuss Road? Why was it easier for them to bring it all back? And I reckon the answer's obvious, because what do we find? We find the key in Stephen Avery's trailer. We find the burnt electronics in his burn barrel. Hey, why not just simply dump the bones in his burn pit? Boom. Everything in one spot. And we've got the number plates, and we've got the victim's RAV4. And then months later, what do we get? Item FL. Boom. Right? Jack 61.
Yeah, it's an excellent question that Susan asked that I can't answer it. What or who made the decision that everything needed to go back to the property. I don't know.
Correct. And worse, do not talk about Cuss Road, the Manitowoc County gravel pit, and as we're going to see, Mickle's Quarry. Do not talk about them. Do not discuss them. Incredible. Now, here's the kicker. Oh, sorry, just Rhonda, did I ask you, what was the question again, guys, that I asked everyone?
Why wasn't the coroner called?
Yes, why wasn't the coroner called? Just Rhonda.
You know, I just my thought process is just very simple. First of all, there was no body there, obviously, and she wasn't part of their. They knew they weren't. How would they explain? Oh gosh, I don't know how to explain what I feel. She wasn't a part of their group or their team or their crew to where they could convince her to go along with their narrative. That's just
interesting.
My plain and simple view.
You mean they didn't trust her? They didn't trust her, just Rhonda?
Well, of course not. They know they can't say, hey, there's this is what we really found, but just go along with us and agree with us. There was no way she was going to do that, and they knew that. They knew they couldn't get her to do that.
Okay. Interesting. Neverly, why no coroner?
Oh, she wasn't a part of the boys club. I don't think she would have unraveled the whole. She would say, "This is bullshit. This appeared here. This wasn't here originally." That's my opinion.
Right.
Of course.
You mean she can spot? You mean she can spot a fake crime scene?
One would think, yeah.
All right.
No,
now,
they needed somebody to secure their plan.
Okay. Now, look at this. You've got Sipple, who's one of the first people to spot bones with Jost. Let me tell you, was Sipple questioned about the cremains, the human cremains, on the stand? Do you remember? Was he ever questioned about the human cremains in court?
No, he was not.
He was not. He was never asked anything about the cremains at the burn pit. Point number 2, was Sergeant Jason Jost ever called to testify about the bones that he found?
I think they sent him on vacation instead. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know that. But no, he was not called.
No. So, before I get you on Jack 61, think about this. You have cracked the case. You have found the victim. Sipple, Jost, you're the heroes. You've cracked the case. You have found Teresa Hallbach's cremains. Neither of them were questioned. And Jost wasn't even called to the stand. Jost became a ghost. Like Bushman, never called to the stand, never questioned. So all these people who are finding prima facie evidence are never questioned. They're never brought on the stand. And you know what's incredible? Who was questioned about the cremains? Dr. Leslie Eisenberg. And let me ask you guys, was Dr. Leslie Eisenberg ever at the Avery salvage yard and watched them excavate the bones? Yes or no?
Nope.
No. So the people that laid their hands on the bones and saw them were never questioned. Those that were never on the property and only saw a box of bones were extensively questioned about the bones. And she had no idea where they came from. She just accepted they came from the burn pit and in the burn barrel. Neverly.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did you have a response or anything like that?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. So here's the question. Was Sipple actually covering for Jost in his report? Because remember the call that him and Jost were involved in? oh, no, you did that. Oh, I left. Oh, you better write a report because the chief arsonist investigator wants a report. And then Jost asked him, oh, what about the times? So these two guys actually colluded together to write their reports, and I'll prove it to you. But Sturdivant, he never mentioned Sipple being with Jost. What's going on here, guys? Anyone got an answer? Jack 61.
It's probably not really the answer that we really need, but I think that we have the situation here where we just have officers trying to help the case. Think about the key, trying to help, because their directive is from their superiors. Hey, Avery did it, guys. Come on, get with the program. He's the one that did it. Blah blah blah. That shit filters down. I'm telling you, it does. And so the decision was made by maybe a couple of guys that look, let's just help this thing out here. Go on.
This is the narrative, and we're going with this.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%. I agree with you, J61. Duke, what about yourself?
Well, remember, Manitowoc is not supposed to be involved in this investigation. There was a conflict of interest that they had admittedly handed the investigation over to Calumet County. Now you find yourself in a situation where a Manitowoc officer is by himself at the burn pit where apparently Teresa Habach was, her remains were destroyed there. Now, don't you think that it would make sense to where Jost would say, okay, I'm looking at this stuff right now. I better go get myself a Calumet County officer who's supposed to be babysitting us so that we can find the bones together. However, Sipple didn't stay long. And again, I got to go back to why. Why was it so important for him to come in quick and then leave again? Because there was nothing really there. And, Sipple's question to Jost when they're on the phone together, he says, did you stay and help them excavate? And Jost says, yes.
Yeah.
So Sipple's like, yeah, I mean, we talked about it. You brought me up there. We looked at it, and then I left. Did you stay? Did you help him excavate? Yes. Oh, cool. Okay, well, I mean, it seems to me as though he thought, I better go get the Calumet officer who's supposed to be watching me, come up here so we can discover this together and go from there. It would not have looked good if it was just Jost there without any sort of Calumet officer.
Correct. All right. Now, the next slide. So this is, so now we have, according to Sipple, both Sipple and Jost co-discovered the bone fragments. They co-discovered the bone fragments. Sipple is never asked about any of the cremains during the trial, and Jost was never called up to testify. But here is the mind-blowing part. This report by Jost. Now remember, Sipple told Jost, you better write a report because the arson investigator wants a report. Now, this is probably the most damning report of the whole lot. Now, Alice, do you see that page? Do you see the page?
Yes, Doc, I sure do.
Can you read the part in yellow? And Duke, can you read the part in blue so we can break it up? Duke, do you see it?
I see it.
Okay, let's go for it. So Alice, yellow, Duke, blue. Let's go for it. This is what Jost wrote.
I, Sergeant Jost, started to piece all of this information together. I felt this area, if not already looked at, should be checked for any type of evidence. When Officer Mingnan returned, I spoke with her about my feelings of the burn pile. She stated she also felt that something was unusual with that area.
I'm sorry, Doc. My YouTube is lagging and I can't. It's not.
We just you can't see it.
Yeah, for whatever reason I'm behind it. It's not.
Okay, would you like, shall I get Neville to read it?
Please, if you don't mind. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no. Neville, do you see the slide?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to read the part in blue?
Sure. Upon returning to the command post, I made contact with Castle Lieutenant Sipple. I explained to him that I felt the burn pit area specifically should be checked further. He responded to the property with me. Without disturbing the area, we walked close to the burn pit to take a further look. I mentioned to him that due to the aggressiveness of the dog, it was very possible that the other canine handlers may not have walked their dogs this close to the area. This also may have hindered officers from specifically going to this location.
Okay,
Oh my
before
God.
Alice reads on. Now remember, Jost was at the burn pit one day prior feeding bear. And Jost was with Koenig, who is a canine dog handler, and Duke discovered Bucket Man right next to Bear on November the 6th. So what he's saying to me is a piss poor excuse about why no bones were found at the burn pit because of the aggressive nature of Bear. Right, guys? Would you agree? What Jost is saying it cannot be backed up by anecdotal evidence. Jack 61.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Doc. It's bullshit. It's just bullshit.
To me, it's an excuse as to why the investigators on the 5th, 6th, 7th, and mid-afternoon on the 8th found nothing and smelt nothing. All right, Alice, would you like to continue?
Yep. As we were looking at the ashes laying in the area, it was evident that someone used some type of front end loader to remove ground from this particular location. The ashes were inside this area. As we looked at the ash pile, we observed that there was a bone laying near the south side of the pile on the east side. Without disturbing the bone, I looked at it as closely as I could. It appeared as though it may have been a vertebrae bone. I could see another bone in the pile. At this time, we decided that someone from the crime lab or DCI needed to further investigate the area. Not mentioned above was that Lieutenant Sipple had walked to the pit with me at approximately 13:41 hours, and he left the area approximately 1400 hours.
And just, Duke, do you want to make a comment?
Oh, no, I was just saying I caught up, so I can read if Net really doesn't want to.
Okay, but the important point is this, what you said, Duke. They found a bone or bones. One of them looked like a vertebrate bone, and Sipple was there for 19 minutes. He was there. Sipple was there with Jost for 19 minutes and left the scene. Does that strike you as rather funny? That he walked away from the scene where they found bones. Jack 61.
Yeah, it just seemed to me like he'd be turning fucking cartwheels, pardon my French.
Duke, do you have a comment?
Just, again, this can't be reemphasized enough. These officers are saying that they thought they were looking at human bones. They're saying it in their reports. They said it to each other on the phone on the 11th. They are admitting that what they thought they were looking at was human bones, and this is what they did in response.
Correct. So, look at the narrative so far. Jost talks to Mignon, right? Jost then goes and contacts Sipple. Sipple and Jost check the burn pit, which is a completely different sequence of events to what Sturdivant reports and what Mignon says.
That's exactly right.
Now, notice what he says. She stated she also felt that something was unusual with that area. Mignon in her report said it was unusual that they burned tyres behind the garage. She never mentioned bone fragments, right? So the unusual aspect that Joyce was talking about was, hey, why are they burning tyres so close to a house? And that's it. So Joyce is trying to make it rope in Mignon into saying something was nefarious about that burn pit. Alice, do you have a comment?
No, just waiting my turn again to read.
Okay. And Neverly, would you like Duke to read the next part, or would you like to read the next part?
Either way is fine. Whatever Duke wants.
Duke, would you like to read the part?
Sure. So ICE Sergeant Jost remained at the burn pit area. A short time later, I believe it was Tom Sturdivant from DCI who walked over to the burn pit with one of his female partners. Utilizing a small twig that was present, Tom moved the bone mentioned above. Without touching it, it still appeared to be some type of vertebrae bone. He moved some of the steel belting wires, which were located on the east side of the burn pile, and found there appeared to be several other items which appeared to be bones.
It should be bones.
I think it's bones is what you said.
Yep.
One piece appeared to be in the shape of a part of a skull.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. Let's get this straight. They find a vertebrate bone, which is part of your spinal column. They observe what appears to be skull bone. And are you trying to tell me at this stage, alarm bells are not ringing? You don't touch anything. It's clear that Sturdivant is already mucking around with the crime scene, right? Are you trying to tell me that it's not tools down? Hey, boss, I think we found Teresa Hallbach. Come down here, shut the place down, call the coroner, bring the lights. We're going to be here. None of that happened. None. The crime lab doesn't show up to another hour and a half. Is Pagel called? Nope. Is a Fassbender called? Wiegert come down there? Nope. Do they call a cadaver dog? A scent dog? Nope. What the hell is going on, Duke? What's going on?
Well, I don't know. And again, remember, Sturdivant tells at trial that Deb Strauss, at this point, calls Fassbender. Now, are you telling me that she calls Fassbender and says, hey, we found what looks like vertebrae, skull bones, and other bones? He says, all right, well, just collect it and we'll look at it some other time. We're too busy.
Unless he knew that other parts of Teresa Hallbach were elsewhere. Do you understand? You're getting my drift?
Right. What could be more important
Nothing.
than finding Teresa? Unless they
Nothing.
were already finding her elsewhere.
Unless they already had evidence of finding Teresa elsewhere. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at here? Now, somebody made the comment in the chat about the smell. Now, check this out. You've got, from November the 5th, Brutus with Julie Kramer. Brutus doesn't go to the burn pit. Julie Kramer never mentions smell. You've got Carla and Barb who feed Bear. They never mention any smell. This is November the 6th. You've got Kacharsky and Remika who want to examine the burn pit November the 6th. You've got no report of smell, no report of bone fragments. November the 6th, you've got Bucket Man feeding Bear. You've got no mention of seeing bone fragments or smell. Then you've got Trooper Reese, who's at the burn pit taking pictures on November the 6th. He never mentions an aggressive bear, bone fragments, or smell. Then you've got the two officers who do a walkthrough video on November the 6th that are standing, the lady officer is standing at the propane tank. Bear never charges her. Bear is passive, couldn't give a damn. And then you've got Sergeant Jason Jost with 2 officers, including one, Koenig, who is an Alsatian dog handler. They never report smell. They never report bone fragments. It's all consistent that up to November the 8th, there's no bone fragments there. Guys, would you agree? Would you agree? Because no one who was there reports any smell or sees any bone fragments. Duke.
Well, I know that a lot of, I don't mean to bring this up, but I know that a lot of guilters try to pass off the fact that the dogs did not hit on the burn pit. But if you are going to tell me, honestly, that if on November 5th, Brutus took a beeline to Stephen's burn pit, that the state wouldn't have used that in every way possible, you're out of your mind. That would have been
100%.
concrete evidence to them that there was
Yep.
something nefarious in that pit. So it can't go both ways.
100%. And Brutus is the dog that detected human decomposition in the back of the RAV4. So they used Brutus for that. Brutus did a hit inside Stephen Avery's trailer. They used Brutus for that. Brutus did a hit on 2 of the Yonder burn barrels. They use Brutus for that. But what they don't use Brutus for is the negative hit on the burn pit. You notice the difference. They don't talk about it. And what do they blame? They blamed Bear. But Brutus was unchained. Think about it. He was unchained. And it was Julie Kramer who heard Bear bark, not charge at them, bark, and decided to chain Brutus up. But Brutus did not pull Julie Kramer. Hey, wait a minute. I detect human decomposition and it's right here. Brutus bypassed the burn pit and went straight for the under burn barrels, which was a long distance away. So there was no activity. There was no sense of urgency for the best cadaver dog to make a beeline towards the burn pit. And Duke is correct. Had Brutus pulled on the chain and insisted, I want to go there, that would have been the number one thing that Kratz would have said in his opening statement, that a cadaver dog wanted to go to the burn pit, but never did. Never did. Alice, would you like to continue reading, please?
Yep, sure, Doc. Based on this information, I returned to the command post to speak with the crime lab. Members of the crime lab responded to the scene. Using their sifting equipment, they sifted through the majority of the burn pile. They located numerous bones and teeth which were present amongst the ashes. These items were later given to the Casio for processing.
You want to read the last bit, Duke? No further details to add?
No further details to add.
All right. So this is remarkable. They find numerous bones and teeth. They find a vertebrate bone, which is part of your spinal column, and a piece of bone that appears to be skull. Wow. And Joseph goes, no further details to add, right? If you look at his report, it's a mirror image of Sippel's report. And there's one thing missing. There's no red flag. There's no red flag. What's going on, guys? Duke.
Well, I want people to see this because it's important here, and it's a way in which these reports were written, which we know because we have a phone call saying that Joe's hadn't written a report 3 days later. But when he does write a report, he writes it in a way that fits the narrative that they want to show people what happened when in reality it's different. And this last paragraph is a perfect example of that because he says, based on this information, I returned to the command post. I spoke with the crime lab. They came out. We sifted. That's not what happened. What happened This at 1:30. Ertl at the trial says, I got a call at 3 p.m. from these guys that said they wanted to use my sifting equipment. And because I had nothing else to do, I decided to go with. So that he didn't go down there to say, come on with me. They went. It's a subtle, it's not, I guess, a complete lie, but it's the way in which he wrote it that tries to frame a narrative that didn't happen the way that he's writing it happened.
Correct. And the only two reports that complement each other are the two guys that spoke to each other, Sipple and Jost. Don't you find that remarkable? Because it doesn't gel with Sturtevant's report and Mignon's report. Incredible. So there's no doubt that Sipple and Jost colluded their stories together to make sure that they got everything down packed. Jack 61.
Yeah, remember at the end of that phone call, Joe said, well, I'll just stop by up there. And I'm sure that's exactly what happened. So this is the result of that. But I wanted to add one more thing, Doc, to you were talking about using the Brutus the cadaver dog. They also used Brutus over on Cuss Road, yet it went unreported. I mean, openly, that is.
Correct. And, we talked about it several podcasts ago, where they brought in Brutus to check the crusher and all the crushed vehicles. And Brutus came up negative. No detection of human decomposition. Did the investigators believe Brutus then? No. They opened up all the cars that were crushed. They took the car that was in the crusher out. They checked the crusher, they checked all the vehicles, and it came up negative. So it's remarkable. On the one hand, they believed Brutus when Brutus did a hit on the RAV4, but they didn't believe Brutus when he cleared all the crushed cars on the property. There was no scent of human decomposition. But you have to admit, if Brutus can detect droplets of blood, you got to believe that Brutus is going to detect a box of bones and Duke, item BZ, and the desiccated pieces of muscle tissue. Duke, what do you think?
Like you said, Doc, this dog is specifically trained to alert and find human remains. And people that want to put any sort of negative light onto the ability that these dogs have, we're still not fully aware of how extensive their scent actually is. And for him to not want to aggressively go after the burn pit, where apparently there's a 2.4 inch by 1.2 inch piece of desiccated muscle tissue sitting in there, is, again, crazy talk. He would have been all over it.
But to make matters worse, guys, and we'll continue. To make matters worse, a cadaver dog can detect a human body underwater. A cadaver dog can detect a human body buried 15 feet underground. Do you notice what they said where the cremains were? On the surface. Not buried 10 feet down. On the surface. Are you trying to tell me that Brutus, the best cadaver dog that they had, completely missed bones and muscle on the surface of the burn pit? Neverly.
Funny that you mentioned that. I've been trying to read out what our friend from the Ozarks, Ronald B. Cass, said.
Welcome.
Like maybe 20 minutes ago when we were reading the report, when it was said that it rained Saturday night to Sunday morning. Remember that? And
Yes.
Ronald D. Cass says the bones they found were laying on top of the crust, obviously dropped there by someone that planted them. No photos. Yes, because if you think about it, there's ash and goop and all of that, let's say, for the sake of argument, and the rain fell, then all of that would form a crust. Therefore, if their bones were there, it would be underneath that crust or somewhere like embedded in the crust formed by the rain. But Ronald D. Cass, the Ozark man, pointed it out that the bones were found on top of the crust. So they were dropped there.
But not only that, the giveaway is the fact that they reckon that they found bones embedded in the tire wires as well, right? So if you potentially had a bucket of bones, right, under the guise of feeding bear, and all you did is you just walked past the ash pile and just emptied the bucket of bones into the ash, that's exactly what you're going to find. Some bones are going to land in the tire wire. Other bones are going to land in the ash. And if you're sloppy, some are going to end up on the grass. A Duke.
Yeah, it's just a great point by who had just mentioned that, because, again, they talk about when they sifted on the 8th, they never once dug down with their shovel. All he did was he laid his shovel flat and used it like a dustpan to sweep up the ash, pick it up, and put it on the sifter. They never dug down once, so it's a great, great point.
Right, excellent point, which is different, Duke, to what Ertl did at Mickle's Quarry when he dug 4 to 6 feet down to get rid of all the material, right?
That's correct.
Correct. Now, let's challenge these guys. Let's challenge them. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide? Now, I love a good anatomy lesson, right? So here on the left-hand side is a human spinal column, right? And as you can see, a human spinal column has 33 vertebrae, okay, in a human spinal column. A human spinal column is extremely distinct. Now, people who've cremated bodies state that the human spine, the hips, the head, some of these bones are very, very hard to burn. Now, these investigators, they saw what appeared to be a vertebra. Now, notice they didn't say a spinal column, they observed one vertebra. Now, on the right-hand side, this is an example of a human vertebra, right? And you notice that several of them, Jost, Sipple, said, oh, we saw that spongy honeycomb, or can you see the C where it says C? That's the honeycomb structure of the vertebra. So these guys allegedly saw what appeared to be a vertebra. But if you have a look at the picture down below, that's a chicken vertebra, and it's almost got exactly the same type of structure, except it's smaller. But if you look at the human spinal column, there are large vertebrae, there are small vertebrae, right? Depending on what part of the body the vertebra is. Without being a forensic anthropologist or an anatomist, you're not going to know whether you are seeing a human vertebra or one from an animal. And you notice what Sipple said? Oh, it looked just like a bone that I saw as a child when we slaughtered our own animals. But in their report, they kept on mentioning human bones, human spine. Quite clearly, if you're not a forensic anthropologist or an anatomist, you're not going to know what you're looking at. Was it a part of a pig spinal column, a sheep spinal column, a deer? They didn't have any idea what they were looking at. Duke.
Just listen to the discrepancy. What they say they were looking at was they believed they were human. However, they rushed the sifting because they wanted to confirm if it was Teresa or not. So are you saying that it wasn't important that they were human, it was only important that it was Teresa?
Correct. Now, this is going to blow you away. I did a bit of research thinking, all right, okay, how much does a human spinal column actually weigh? The weight of one. So I did some research, and on average, now remember, this is average. We know Teresa's height. We know Teresa's body weight. On average, a human female spinal column, that's the bones, weighs 1.38 kilos on average. A male is slightly heavier. I then thought, okay, what did Eisenberg say? Because these guys are talking about vertebra that they're seeing. I then went to Eisenberg's report, and she has listed by weight all the different bone types that they recovered. This, hopefully I got my maths right, but in Eisenberg's report, do you know how many kilograms of spine they recovered? Anyone want to have a guess?
No.
Does anyone know?
No. How many?
0.04 kilograms. Let me repeat that.
0.04.
0.04 kilograms.
0.04.
0.0, and it's in Eisenberg's report, 0.04 kilograms. An entire spinal column weighs 1.38 kilograms. If my math is correct, they found less than 3% of Teresa Horbach's spine. And
Because
guess where
the torso was missing.
You're getting my drift?
Yes.
You're getting my drift. Most of the spinal column is in your torso. There's part of the spine that's in your neck. There's part of the spine that's in your hip area. But the majority of your spine is in your thoracic cavity. Can someone explain to me where's the other 90%, 97% of her spine?
At Cuss Road. I'm kidding. I don't know.
Who's got an answer?
We don't
Anybody got an
know.
answer?
The torso is
Well,
missing.
Yeah, we don't know, Doc. It's gone.
But don't you think that there is damning as all hell?
It is.
They found, they're trying to say, sorry, Jack 61, they're trying to say they found a vertebra. Eisenberg said, I found a part of a vertebra, and my total weight of her spine that I recovered is 0.04 of a kilogram, which means
it's almost nothing.
Which means her spinal column is missing.
Dr. Silkman, I have a question for you.
Yep.
Did she ever, in her report, indicate which vertebrae did she find?
No.
Was it from a cervical spine?
No, she had no idea. And she only found part of a vertebra. Yeah. The important thing, guys, you got to realize. I also
find that interesting too, for an anthropologist.
Yeah. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide? This will make it crystal clear. Right? This is a human skeleton, and these are all the bones in a human skeleton. They never found one intact bone. Not one. Now, they only found 3% of her spinal column. They never found an intact rib. They only found, I think, 35% of her skull. Now, notice what they said. They said they found a vertebra and teeth. Oh, yeah? You reckon you found teeth, huh? So, here's my question. If these guys are not forensic anthropologists, they're not medical doctors, and they come across a bone fragment, why didn't they immediately say, I don't know what I'm looking at. Do you know what you're looking at? And Duke, back me up. What did Earl say when they were sifting? They asked him, does this look like a bone?
That's right. They said, Ertl said I kept getting asked, is this a bone? And my response to them was, if there's any question, just put it in the box.
Correct. Just put it in the box. Now, the state are telling us, and I'm sure convicting a murderer is going to tell us, that Teresa was cremated in that burn pit. Teresa, the victim. And yet, no one of any ilk of responsibility or expertise was called to ID those bone fragments in situ. There are no pictures of bones in that burn pit on November the 8th. No one prior to November the 8th, until Jost and Sipple put their hands on bones, is there any sign of any bone or smell? And the absence of pyrolysis material and odor is indicative that Teresa was not burnt at the burn pit, but the bones were brought there. Eisenberg looked at all the cremains, never indicated any smell of rubber or residue of rubber. And yet all the guilters are going, oh, hey, they used tires. How can they bloody use tires on a body and there's no forensic evidence of any rubber residue on the bones or smell of rubber on the bones? Because Eisenberg was asked, remember, when you opened up the containers, did you smell any rubber? The answer was no. Duke.
Yeah, just real quick, going back to the teeth. Remember they said they found bones in teeth, right? We know that there was no, please correct me in any of this if I'm wrong, there was no whole teeth that were recovered. They were just fragments of teeth, correct?
Correct.
So they were able to identify fragments of teeth and separate those and say these might be of evidentiary value. We should put these in the box. However, a large 2.4 by 1.2 inch of desiccated muscle tissue, they thought, well, we're not quite sure. Let's put this in the tarp and we'll examine it later.
That's correct. That's correct. Now, Duke, right? We know, we've seen the box of bones. Now, are you trying to tell me that a great big whopping fire converted, see that skeleton you see?
Mm-hmm.
The skeleton? It converted it to tiny bone fragments the size of your fingernail. And yet, desiccated muscle tissue survived the same cremation event in which a dog, a cadaver dog, Brutus, missed, and any other dog that went through the area completely missed. And they never called in a cadaver or scent dog after Brutus was removed. Right? Now, how can a skeleton, 60% of that skeleton be missing? How can 97% of Teresa's spinal column be missing by weight? By weight. Now, the question is, how did they identify it as an adult human female? They found part of the pelvic bone, the ilium bone, that was sifted in the burn pit. And that's why Bennett said adult human female. Yet, in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, they found the other part of the pelvic bone, which Eisenberg said suspect, possible human. Both bones were cut, or the pelvic bone at the Manitowoc County gravel pit had cut marks in it, and it was burnt. But obviously, Kratz said to Eisenberg, don't you dare say it's human. So she said, suspect, possible human. Now, guys, in chat, part of Teresa's pelvic bone was in, allegedly, the burn pit. The other part of her pelvic bone was found in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. Eisenberg looked at all the bones and said, sir, we have evidence of one human being. One not multiple. One. Jack 61.
I just put it up on the screen again. How is it that State Trooper Reese walks up to the burn pit? He's standing right there. We can see where he's at. He didn't see anything on the 6th or smell anything. Nothing. Not one report, not one word. I don't believe it.
Correct. Now, Duke made up a really good point. The teeth are very resistant to fire. Now, if you're saying, if you're a guilter and you go, oh well, maybe because of the great big whopping fire, the teeth all evaporated. Show them item BZ and say, how can you co-burn a human being and remove all the crowns of the teeth, and you've got desiccated muscle tissue of several inches that survived the great big whopping fire? Now, Duke talked about the teeth. Jack, did you have a comment?
Oh, sorry, Doc. No.
All right, let's talk about the teeth. So next slide, Jack 61. Now, this is a classic, right? They're talking about the officers that were at the burn pit. Oh, we found vertebra bone, but when you talk to Eisenberg, she never found an intact vertebra bone. Never. So it's likely the vertebra that they found was from an animal, not from a human. Otherwise, Eisenberg would have said it. And the amount of spine they recovered was minimum. Now, they spoke to Dr. Simley in Stephen Avery's trial. Now, I asked him about the teeth, right? I'll read out the question. Neverly, would you like to read out the answer?
Sure thing.
Okay, so this is Dr. Simley in Stephen Avery's trial. Question, and overall, approximately how many items were you asked to identify? Approximately.
There were 52 items of potential evidence.
And what did these items consist of?
Of the 52 items, there were 24 dental fragments that I was asked to look at. Of the 52, sometimes when you have a burned piece of wood, it may look like a burned piece of tooth because there wasn't a whole tooth. Let me repeat that. There wasn't a whole tooth, as we can visualize that the crowns of the teeth had been destroyed. So when I asked to look at the 52 pieces, there were 24 that were actually tooth fragments, not a whole tooth, but 24 tooth fragments. There were 3 bone fragments, all from the lower jaw, and there were 24 pieces of wood. And then there was one piece of plastic that looked like a crown of a tooth. But when we were able to clean it up, we were easily to tell it was a piece of plastic.
Now, this is a forensic ontologist. He does with teeth, right? Now, even he said we never found the whole tooth. There were tiny tooth fragments that you have to be a bone expert to understand. And yet, Sipple and Jost were talking about finding teeth. Now, clearly, that cannot be the case. And what did he just say? Many pieces of wood, when they burn, look like teeth. But the disturbing thing is this. All the crowns of the teeth, the crowns are the top part of your teeth, all were gone. All of them. And Simley had to join 2 roots together with super glue and compare them to X-ray photos that Teresa Horbach had done. And even then, he said, I'm not 100% sure that it's a match. Does anyone have any comments?
No,
not about what you've just asked, Doc. We've
Uh,
got Andy Nelson, who's joined us in chat. I don't think I've seen Andy's name before, so
welcome.
welcome, Andy.
Welcome.
It's nice to see you in chat. He says, at Foul Play, would love to hear you guys dig into the footage within the Kyle County flyover at 8:07 where a golf cart and several smoking barrels are seen. Now, we've done something like that. Can you
Already done it.
remember
Yes.
what was it? A presentation you did yourself, Doc, or was it a
Yeah,
coffee or
yeah.
something?
No. We did it. I think about Duke. Was it about 2 podcasts ago? Yes.
Yeah.
There was a flyover in which there was I think one or a group of burning barrels in the Redon's pit, and Jack 61 pointed out that close to that burning barrels there appeared to be a golf cart. Now this was in Redon's pit, and it was captured, and it was definitely a smoking barrel. You can see the smoke blowing from it. I have no idea what was in that burning barrel. Duke, do you have any comments?
No, and you're right. I don't either, but it is a fact, or I should say the facts around that burning barrel was that it was captured on the 5th. It was around midday. There was what appeared to be a golf cart nearby, but I couldn't give you a 100% confirmation I saw any person there. But it's clear that there was a burning barrel that was smoking.
Correct.
It would be remiss for me to say that burning barrel was in close proximity to a few things of importance in this case, and that's some human remains that were found, and very close to Travis Gorwell, where he was working on the 31st, where he said he smelled a
foul odor.
And that's
Correct,
not to
correct.
insinuate anything or speculate. It's just information.
And close to that area in the Manitowoc County gravel pit is where Brutus hit near the concrete slabs. And further down in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, there were 3 debris piles containing human cut bones, including 8675, which Eisenberg refused to classify as human. That's the pelvic cut bone fragments. Jack 61.
Yeah, just to further comment to Andy, thanks for dropping by and listening in. The thing is with that area and this burning barrel, the fact is that we have no reports of any type. There's nothing. The trail is, what we've dug out of it is what we've really gleaned from the various photos and this information that Doc and Duke have just talked about. There's no reports. We have nothing.
Correct. But we can't speculate. Speculating is not facts. All we know is that there was a burning barrel, and it was in a hot bed of activity. That is for sure. Jack 61.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
Correct. We can't make any comment. We don't know whether it was sifted, checked out. We do not know. But we know that area there, Sergeant Jason Jost was in that area with cadaver dogs on the 7th. We also know that he was in the Manitowoc County gravel pit on the 7th with 4 teams of cadaver dogs. So there clearly was a lot of interest in that area. And what is remarkable, we actually showed the overhead shot. It's a straight walk from Cuss Road to that location, right, Duke? You can literally walk from Cuss Road to that area where the smoking burn barrel was, Duke.
Right, and I said this earlier, but just to kind of bring it full circle, that was an area that Josh Redon had signed a consent form on the 5th to allow law enforcement to search that afternoon.
And both him and Groel checked in at the same time, and both him and Groel checked out at the same time. Isn't that interesting? All right. Well, look, guys. Now we're going to go into a very controversial area, and that's Michael Claser, the medical examiner, right? Jack 61, you got a comment?
Well, I didn't put up a Pepto-Bismol warning, remove all breakables from you, but that is Nancy Grace on the screen, so I'm sorry.
Correct.
My name for her, nasty disgrace.
Correct. I don't recall. Do you see the slide? I see. I don't recall. Was there? Do you see the slide? I don't recall. No, she may have stepped away. Alice, do you see the slide?
Yes, Doc. Yep.
All right. Can you read the part of your favorite, Nancy Grace? And Jack 61, would you like to read the part of Michael Claser? Now, believe it or not, Michael Claser did an interview with Nancy Grace on January the 14th, 2016. This is the medical examiner that signed Teresa Halbach's death certificate. Alice, let's go. And Jack 61.
Mike Claser joining us, the Calumet County medical examiner, who created Teresa's death certificate. Mike, thank you so much for being with us.
Well, Michael Kraser created a death certificate for Halbach via telephone. Good afternoon, Nancy.
You've heard all about the Netflix so-called documentary, but question to you. You were there. You created her death certificate.
Yep.
Do you believe the right people are behind bars?
I'm certain that they are.
Why?
If you read the detailed information that was presented in the case against Stephen Avery, a number of items came to light, including the fact that his blood, DNA, was found in 6 different places in her vehicle. A bullet from his gun had her DNA on it. The key found in his residence with his DNA on it alone would be enough to stand alone as solid evidence that he had done something to do with her death. And then you have an eyewitness account who isn't saying, I saw a 5'3" stout white male walking away from the scene. You have someone saying, I saw my uncle, Stephen Avery, stab Teresa Halbach in the stomach. I helped my uncle, Stephen Avery, carry Teresa Halbach from his home to the garage. I helped my uncle, Stephen Avery, place her body in the fire. I saw my uncle, Stephen Avery, breaking the bones apart after the fire had died down with a shovel. I think the right people are behind bars.
Do we have any comments? Alice.
Yeah.
Oh, is your mic not working?
Is it? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Do you have any comments on Michael Claser's interview with Nancy Grace?
Yeah, it's bullshit, Doc. Basically, plain, straight and simple, it's lies, it's bullshit, and it's untrue. But
Thank you.
it doesn't surprise me for somebody who was on her channel, to be honest.
Okay. Thank you, Alice. Jack 61, do you have any comments on Michael Claser's interview?
Well, sure. It's the highlight reel from Kratz's playbook. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Be very interesting to see if Michael Claser appears on Convicting a Murderer. And, what is remarkable here? This guy is meant to be a medical examiner, a professional, and he's making these comments to a shock jock, Nancy Grace. This is a medical examiner who signed Teresa Halbach's death certificate. Do you think it's appropriate for him to be making these types of comments when he obviously has not gone through the forensic evidence like we have and making comments like this to Nancy Grace? Jack 61.
I don't. I think it's really unprofessional, and considering this is not even a month after the series aired.
Interesting. Interesting. Thank you, Jack61. Neville, do you have a comment?
Well, okay, so he was the one who created the death certificate, right? So what is he going to say? What is he going to say? No, I think that the state have wrong people in there. What is he going to say? You know what I mean?
But was he an investigator, Neville? Was he an
was
investigator? No, he was not an investigator.
Neil's live said, she goes, this is in January 2016 after ma'am. And I said, yes, a month after it seems. And that's what Jack also said, a little bit less than a month. And Behind the Magic said he wouldn't have any of that information when he signed the freaking death certificate. Exactly. Duke said, be right back. I have to pick up my computer I just threw across the room. And so forth. So people are not having any amusement with this. What I find funny is that everything that he listed over here has been debunked pretty much.
We've done at least 200 podcasts tearing this completely apart.
Yes.
And now we're ripping apart the bones. We're ripping apart the bones. Sorry, Neville.
And so did Zellner as well, and her experts. And then poor Brendan, the witness and the co-conspirator in all of this, it's just shocking. Yes. And plus, didn't Brendan come? Oh, no, never mind. Okay. Yes. At the time, did he actually know about Brendan?
Yes,
not surprising once again. Not surprising that he's saying all of this because he works for the state.
Correct. Thank you, Neville. Duke, have you recovered your computer?
Is it still working? Test 1, 2, 3.
It's probably busted.
I want to put this out here because again, one of the things that I've heard about people who are really doing their due diligence and digging into the case here and with Making a Murderer was how it was disrespectful they felt towards Teresa and the Halbach family for continuously bringing this up when they deserve to just have their peace and move on, all that kind of stuff, which I do understand if that was their true frustration. However, this interview by Kleeser here is a great example of multiple times that the people who were involved in this investigation had complete and utter disrespect for Teresa Halbach. I mean, you think about this. He's there. Nancy asks, were you there? He goes on to kind of give this narrative that, as we now know, is pretty false. What he doesn't do is talk about, listen, I was there. It was awful. Horrible to see. Incredibly sad. Something, don't wish on anyone to have viewed. Look at Pagel on the 10th when he talks about bones and body parts. He is giddy at the fact that they found Stephen's blood in the car that he said he's never been in and on the key. And he's giddy about it. He's happy. What person is going to talk like that in an investigation where they just found the remains of a 25-year-old woman who has done nothing wrong and has died this gruesome death? I'm sorry, but the disrespect is all on the people who are investigating this case and not on the people like us who just care about seeking out true justice. And I wanted to point that out because it's important to keep in mind that we do keep Teresa's and her family and true justice on the front of our minds. We don't want to be disrespectful. But these guys didn't care about being disrespectful.
Because, and you're correct, Duke, because the aim was to get Stephen Avery in prison again. That was the aim. What did Pagel say? It all paid off. It's just like a game. Now, how can you possibly have Pam Sturm giddy, laughing? Did I find it? Did I find it? And you got Pagel, the sheriff, doing exactly the same thing. It all paid off and he's laughing. And then he appears in front of the camera. This is the most terrible thing I've ever seen. And yet behind the scenes, he's laughing his head off and likely high-fiving the other officers, right? Whereas we're taking the approach of being highly respectful. We've left Stephen's personality and character completely out. We're not looking at this from a biased lens. We're looking at it, okay, did it actually occur? Did Stephen and Brendan murder Teresa Horbach? Everything we've uncovered points to somebody else, points to another direction. It's not pointing to the burn pit as her primary site of burning. It makes no sense. And that's why Duke later on will be talking about the sifting of the burn pit and what was found. And we'll talk about it too. Jack 61.
And we forget about, and you're talking about the driver, and we forget about, and this is not to overshadow or to take anything away from Teresa's death at all, but the driver. Remember what was going on prior to October 31st, 2005. It was all about the lawsuit, the depositions, the arrest warrant hanging over Gregory Allen sitting in a Wisconsin prison for what he did in 1991, a cold case that he was nailed on. They had him nailed, and the state knew it.
Correct.
They had to change the channel. Something had to happen.
This might explain why Kratz did what he did in the next slide. Can we have a look at slide A13? Now, remember, we've got the signing of the death certificate. And this, what we're going to discuss now is very, very interesting. Just Rhonda, are you there? I just see if Just Rhonda's there. She may have gone off. Okay, I hate to do this to somebody, but who would like to read out Ken Kratz? Who would like to read this out?
I can read it, Doug.
Jack 61. All right. So this is Stephen Avery's pre-trial, December the 6th, 2005. This is in front of Judge Willis. Jack, let's go for it. This is what Kratz said.
Your Honor, the last piece of evidence that's being offered and is by stipulation is exhibit number 16, which is a certified copy of a death certificate. Death certificate for that of Teresa M. Halbach, having a date of birth of March 22nd, 1980. That death certificate was filled out by Michael Glazer, Calumet County Medical Examiner. It was filed in the Manitowoc County Register of Deeds office today, and the designation of cause of death is that of homicide. I will provide the court with the plaintiff's exhibit 16 at this time.
All right. Now, remember, we're going to go through it. The death certificate was signed on November the 10th by Glazer. What day did Stephen Avery get arrested for felon in possession of a weapon?
November 9, 2005.
November the 9th. Who was going to appear on the stand on November the 10th in the deposition?
Former Sheriff Tom Kasurik.
Correct. Now, we the foul play team had a really good discussion with Travis, who's an attorney, I believe in Texas, and he talked about the death certificate. Jack 61, are we able to look at slide A14? Because I just want to go through the death certificate with you. Let's start off on the left-hand side where I've got the red arrow. If you can just blow that up. So this is Teresa Horbach's death certificate. What you note here is it says, hour pronounced dead, 4:10 in the afternoon, 4:10. That's a specific time. Hour pronounced dead. Jack 61, if you can go to the right-hand side, where the red arrow is on the right-hand side, it says date pronounced dead, November the 10th, 2005. If you scroll slightly down, Jack 61, just scroll down, it says date signed, November the 10th, 2005. And you can see it's by the medical examiner, Michael Kleiser from Calumet County. And if you scroll further down with the blue arrow, you can see that Teresa's death certificate was filed, as Kratz just said, on December the 6th, 2005. And Jack 61, if you scroll all the way to the left again, where there's the red arrow, it says autopsy performed, and the answer is yes. And the manner of death, which is slightly above, it had undetermined but crossed out. And if you have a look further up on part number 22, manner of death is homicide. So Kratz absolutely wanted to submit the death certificate of Teresa Halbach, right? But there's a big problem. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Jack 61, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom and zoom out, Michael Kleiser only had bone fragments. That's all he had. And potentially the report of Bennett, who said adult female. Now, it's true because we discussed this with Travis. They had the RAV4. They had the blood in the RAV4. I think on November the 8th, they had the key. They found bone fragments, obviously, in the burn pit, burnt electronics. But this death certificate says autopsy performed. All they had, as far as I'm aware, were bones. Michael Kleiser did not have any identification DNA results. None. They only became available when Culhane wrote her report on December the 5th, 2005. So Michael Kleiser was able to sign Teresa's death certificate, and her parents would have been informed, your daughter is dead. That's before any of the DNA results came back, Jack 61.
Yeah, it was a really good discussion with Travis, and trying to understand the impact and how death certificates are used. And it is, I had really forgot that Kratz introduced this at court, but he did. After talking to Travis, I am still concerned. Don't get me wrong, because it is to me that Kleiser. Why did he pick that specific time? Number one, 4:10 in the afternoon.
Yes.
That's really strange. And that date. You could everything you just listed. Like he could say, well, the preponderance is, yeah, she's we think she's dead, and signed it because the way that death certificates are used is apparently a little bit different than I guess what I would think. To me, I just had this thing in my mind going for all these years is that Kleiser would have had to have something concrete to tell him, yeah, in fact, she is most certainly dead, but it appears that doesn't necessarily have to be the total fact. I don't really quite understand why they would do this, but again, I look at what you presented, last week with is it A6 and A14 from the car, the Pepsi can, and the blood in the back of the car, and then Fassbender does not get the pap smears until the 21st. So
correct.
Culhane said she needed something to compare those two, and she didn't have anything.
That is correct. So my question is, what is the rush?
Right.
And the rush is to pin the murder on Stephen Avery ASAP.
Exactly. And that's the point of this sloppy death certificate.
That's exactly why it had to be rushed in. But don't worry, it gets even better.
One
They
more thing,
didn't
Dr.
have.
Silkman, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
While
no,
we're
no,
on the death certificate, if you notice on the very bottom, it says their location, and then he wrote down Stephen's
correct,
address. In other
correct.
words, the date of death and the location of death where he pronounced her death was, according to Glazer, was
No
at the
one,
salvage yard.
no
Not,
one ever saw Glazer
yeah.
at the burn pit.
Right. He
No
never
one,
went. He never went there.
no one. Remember who was at the burn pit, right? You had Mignon, you had Sturtevant, you had Jost, you had Sipple, you had Erdl, you had Kate, you had Zhang, and there were probably Strauss as well. No one mentions the medical examiner tapped us on the shoulder and said, "What the fuck are you guys doing? Get out of here. Get the coroner or I'll check these bones." None. So get it in your head. He wasn't at the burn pit. The only place Michael Glazer was at Mikkel's quarry. Duke, do you have a comment?
Remember his time here, this 4:10 p.m. time that he lists down.
Mm-hmm.
That same date at 5:50 p.m. is when Pagel says we found bones and body parts.
Oh yeah. Yep. So this is very interesting. Why the rush? The FBI didn't have the mitochondrial DNA results until January the 17th, 2006. Right? So they could not prove that the bones, they never tested any bones. They tested muscle tissue and got a 7 out of 15 match. Right? And they tested the mitochondria, and the FBI wrote a report that they couldn't state that the cremains were not Teresa Halbach, right? Because the mitochondria matched with her mother, Karen, Jack 61.
Yeah, that is my question, Doc. What's the fucking rush? Why do we have to set the trail on fire to be sure to get this death certificate in? Basically 7 days after Teresa's gone missing, 5 days since they found the car.
Right, right.
2 days since they allegedly found these bones in his burn pit. It
Correct.
doesn't make sense to me at all. I'm not an investigator. I'm just a reasonable person looking at this and saying, you could have waited to fill this fucking thing out and filed it. That's just my opinion.
Correct. 100% correct. Now, what is disturbing is that where's 97% of Teresa Halbach's spinal column? Did they find, as Neverly pointed out, did they actually find positive ID of Teresa Halbach? Say, yep, that's her. That's her. Because there's a lot of her skeletal remains that are missing. They couldn't have all turned to ash. The argument of the ash makes no sense. The teeth are very, very hard to burn. All the crowns were gone, right? All the crowns were gone. They never found her kneecaps. It's completely bizarre. Duke.
Real quick, Doc, and I'm sorry if this is just a little off topic because I'm just thinking of it. It's a little bit of a random question since you mentioned the FBI's testing. Cherie Colhane says that she cut a portion of item BZ off of, cut a portion of tissue off of that bone that they have zoomed in on, right?
Yes.
So she tests that piece that she cuts off. Or is she saying that that piece that she cut off and tested, then she, after testing it, took that same tiny piece and put it in the bag, which ended up going to the FBI, that same piece?
No, it can't be. It can't be. Duke, I don't believe that she cut any tissue from any bone at all. She had to have used the desiccated muscle tissue. Anybody who's extracted DNA from tissue, and I have, you don't extract it from the bone. You extract it from the actual muscle tissue. That muscle tissue was big enough, and there was more than one. That was enough to do hundreds of DNA preps. Hundreds.
Yeah.
You don't cut that was a bullshit plan used by Colhane, and which we're going to look at, and by Kratz during the court to elicit an emotional response because Kratz said this is her tibia bone et cetera, that belongs to Karen Horbach, daughter.
Yeah.
It was
And I
to
think
elicit an emotional response.
I think that's my point, is that if we go based on just what they say happened, it's actually
Yes,
impossible for the FBI and Sharik Culhane to have tested the same thing.
correct. No one tries to remove charred material from a charred bone. No one. You use the desiccated muscle tissue and extract genomic DNA from that tissue. That's exactly what the FBI would have used, a muscle tissue, to extract mitochondrial DNA. You don't get it from the bone. That's absolute garbage. But hopefully Duke will cover this in a bit more detail. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Yes. Alligator 57 asked, what does it say in the little amended, it's like a stamp. It says item 38A. It's on the left-hand side, kind of towards the bottom. Go left, 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 go left, 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 go left. Okay, right there. It says item number 38A, amended on December 6th, which is the same day when this was filed with the court, right? Per
Yes.
authority from the medical examiner. So on the date on 10/8, October 8, he put that the manner of that was undetermined. However, when
He
Kratz
crossed
had
it
to
out.
put this in court one day before the deposition of, what's his name, Kucherek,
Yes.
it was changed to homicide on the same
Interesting.
day.
Interesting.
Very.
And that's a really good pickup. But
Thank you,
let's
Alligator
yeah,
57.
we got a couple of more slides because I don't want to rush this. This is too much information. But let's finish this off because this is really going to be infuriating. If you have a look at slide A15, we'll just wait. Yeah. So Michael Claser, I think, is still a practicing medical examiner because I found their website.
He is.
All right. And if you have a look what a medical examiner does, I'll read it out. The Office of Medical Examiner is responsible for the investigation and certification of the cause and manner of deaths as required in various state statutes. This office also reviews records and death certificates, certifications by others when authorizing cremations, right? Now, the funny thing is, right, this is exactly what Deborah Kakach does. This is her role. Deborah Kakach was never called, but Michael Claser was. If you look down the bottom, this is intriguing. I checked his login and log out times, right? Now, this is, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Jack 61. On November the 10th, 2005, Michael Claser logs in at 3:38 p.m. and he logs out at 4:24 p.m., right? There's a checkpoint where they log in and log out. Notice during his first login, the hour that he pronounces Teresa Horbach dead is 4:10 p.m. That's during his first login. He logs back in at 4:48 p.m. and logs back out at 5:13 p.m. That's it. That's Michael Claser. And he never is called to testify. Guys, do we have any comments? Anybody broken their iPads?
Oh my gosh. Yes. Imagine him.
Never.
Imagine Michael Claser in the seat being questioned. And what did you find, medical examiner Claser? What did you find? How did you determine? What was the criteria? What body part? Just all these questions to get out the truth. What did they find? How did he do that?
Well, you're not the only person who's asking that question. Judge Willis asked exactly that, Jack 61.
Finally, something good that comes out of his mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Jack
well,
61.
going along Neverly's hypothetical, where were you at in relation to, the area? Where were you taking? What were you examining? I think that would be, first to lay the foundation of exactly where he was. We need to know.
Correct. And what made him pronounce Teresa Halbach dead at 4:10, right? So this is interesting because remember what Kratz was trying to get in court, the death certificate. Well, if we have a look at the next slide, we'll do a couple of more slides and then we'll call it quit to the podcast because we've covered a huge amount of stuff. Well, there is this, and I'll read it out, decision and order on state's motion in limine regarding Teresa Halbach's history. Kratz was very specific what he wanted to include and not include as part of Teresa Halbach's history. Now notice, he didn't say victimology, he said history. What he wanted to introduce was the death certificate that Michael Claser signed. Now, if we look at so limine means, I checked out, matters raised prior to the actual trial, right? Remember, Kratz and the defense had all these stipulations that they agreed upon. Well, they didn't agree upon the death certificate. So if we have a look at the next page, this is incredible. This is what the judge said. Neverly, do you see A17?
Yes, I do.
This is what Judge Willis said about what Kratz submitted. Let's go for it.
The court does not have sufficient information to determine the admissibility of the death certificate. It would certainly be relevant since the death of Teresa Halbach is one of the elements the state must prove on the homicide charge. The Calumet County medical examiner would have to testify as to how he or she determined Teresa Halbach's death and the basis for ruling it a homicide before the court could rule on the admissibility of the death certificate. The medical examiner would be subject to cross-examination and the jury would be left to make its determination based on all the evidence whether the state had proved the death of Teresa Halbach. Exactly.
That's
You don't have to be a judge.
That's exactly what Jack 61 said too.
Yeah, you don't have to be a judge to think about this. Can I continue?
Correct.
If this is like a sweet
please.
moment.
Yes, please.
A rare but sweet moment, yeah. The defense does not explain and the court does not understand the defense's claim that because of Manitoba County coroner did not make the determination of death, there is some showing of investigative bias and improper handling of death investigation. Until now, the court has understood that the defendant's bias claim was based on participation by Manitoba County Sheriff's Department employees in the investigation. The defense would have to make a further showing before the court would permit evidence that participation by the Calumet County medical examiner was indicative of any type of bias. Well, when they tried, Kratz had a hissy fit, got his panties in a bunch, was jumping up and down when Strang wanted to bring Kakach, and they booted her out.
They booted her out. Garn made the objection. They booted out the jury and they booted out Deborah Kakach, right? But this is fantastic. This is the first time I've seen Judge Willis use a bit of common sense and say, hey, you're going to get cross-examined. The medical examiner, the Calumet medical examiner, Claser, is going to get cross-examined here. And basically, well, how did you determine that she was dead? What evidence did you use? Why did you sign the death certificate on November the 10th, right? And why did you put down 410? Why? And guess
why
what?
did you change it from undetermined to homicide
Yeah. And
on
guess
the very
what?
important day.
Was the medical examiner called in?
Nope.
Nope. Kaiser wasn't called in. Does anyone have any comments?
Master Cedar just joined us.
Oh, welcome. Welcome, Master Cedar.
I think he lives in Burma or something
Okay.
like that.
Welcome. Welcome. Jack 61, do you have any comments?
Well, I think Klazer's, another one of those sort of like Veely. Kratz didn't want him anywhere near the courthouse to answer questions from cross-examination because I think he knew it could potentially open up the door to these other quarries where shit was found.
That is correct.
Right?
That's correct. Because remember, what did Kratz say about the Manitowoc County gravel pit? I'm spending 20 seconds.
20 seconds, yeah.
Now, what was Kaiser going to say? Well, I was in Mikkel's quarry and I pronounced the dead at 4:10. And then you factor in the phone call by Pagel with the body parts and bones. Oh, shit. You've now got a narrative that the state does not want to present. Duke.
Yeah, it's a great point, Jack, because again, remember, Kratz was very strategic about who he brought up and who he didn't. He didn't bring up Veely. He didn't bring up Pleaser. He didn't bring up Jost.
Jost, that's right.
These are the guys that have crucial information, and we're going to get some pretty tough questions in the defense. But to be honest with you, if this case was true through and through, those questions that those guys would have received would not have been tough questions. Those questions would have been helpful because they would have been light into the truth. The reason they were excluded is because those questions that they were going to get asked by the defense were going to expose things that Kratz didn't want to be exposed.
Correct.
I 100% agree. Kratz didn't want any of that near the jury or Judge Willis either. He didn't want those questions asked. He wanted everyone concentrated on the Avery salvage yard and Stevens burn pit.
Correct.
I have a question.
Neverly.
Could the defense have called Pleaser?
Well, if the medical certificate was going to be submitted as evidence, of course, I'm sure they could call Kaiser up.
I'm sure they could. Yep.
But they never discussed the medical certificate, the death certificate. They never even discussed Michael Kaiser. They never did. So you see, this is the main problem. The jury can only judge on what's been presented to them. The jury never had all the stuff that we're uncovering here. And through the good work of Duke and other researchers over many, many years, they never had any of that. Today, it's different. We've got access to a lot more material. Jack 61.
Yeah, that's kind of what I said. I think I even said this last week. We've been so fortunate. I mean, we weren't in the beginning, but after let's just say 8-9 months in 2016, we had a wealth of knowledge and information. And as we move forward another year or two, holy crap, we had so much more than what Beauty and Strang had, what Loy had, what the jury ever heard. There's absolutely no way they could make a correct decision because they didn't have all the information.
No.
It was theater. That's all it was.
Yes, and Alligator 57 is correct. It was a stipulation. Yeah, it was a stipulation about the death certificate. But Kaiser never took the stand. They never questioned Kaiser. When Deborah Kakach took the stand, they basically booted her out. They didn't want her to talk. They didn't want her to discuss her experience. Nothing. All right. Well, look, guys, I think we'll call it quits here because the next section is going to take a long, long time and it's very important. So next week, what we're going to be discussing about is what Michael Kaiser, what Fassbender, what Wiegert, and what Pagel were doing in Mikkel's quarry, not the Manitowoc. They may have been at the Manitowoc County gravel pit, but there's a very interesting report written by Sergeant Bill Tyson in which Yuriz basically said, yeah, Tyson got the directions wrong. And he did. So we'll talk about that next week, and we'll wrap it all up into basically what was found at Mickle's Quarry and how it now changes the narrative completely. All right. So guys, is everyone happy with that? We'll call it quits here because I think we've done 3 hours or something like that, Jack 61.
We
Don't
are at
go.
3 hours and almost 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think we've covered quite a lot. So again, guys, thank you so much for your support and fantastic questions in chat. I'm really, really proud of the Foul Play team. We've remained focused, we've remained on the ball, and we're trying to get to the truth of what happened to Teresa Halbach whenever she died. We're looking at the activities of the burn pit, and now we're looking at the main players that were there. And it's pretty obvious that no one wants to take the credit for finding those bone fragments. Everyone scuttled away and everyone was pointing to each other. So look at what we've done. We've looked at the report of Sturtevant, Mignon, Sipple, and Jost, and uncovered all the inconsistencies in their report. You have 2 people, Sipple and Jost, who had their hands on those bones. Their hands on those bones. Neither were questioned about the cremains in court. Jost was never called up to testify. You've got Michael Glazer, the medical examiner, who signs Teresa Halbach's death certificate at 4:10 at a time when he's likely in Mickle's Quarry, right? Or somewhere in that vicinity. He's never seen at the burn pit. Never. No one mentions Michael Glazer at the burn pit. He's only mentioned in Mickle's Quarry, and we'll talk more about that. So, how did he come to that determination? He only had potentially a report to read. No one said these cremains belong to Teresa Halbach. They had no DNA evidence at all. That was coming up, was being done. So that's very, very interesting. So guys, thank you so much. If you've ever enjoyed our podcast, please subscribe, leave your DNA on the thumbs up button, and share our podcast. And again, guys, talking about convicting a murderer, they only used sound bites of us, 15-second sound bites. We had 4 intense sessions that lasted all day. And trust me, a lot of us here on the Foul Play team who were interviewed, we'd argued big time with both Brenda Schuller and also her sidekick, Ricky. We had a lot of very interesting discussions. So far, they've only used tiny sound bites. And you know what's really unbelievable? We never even talked about the murder of Teresa Halbach. Right, guys? It was all about Stephen's character. And all of us agreed what he did, he deserved jail time. And I even said I would have doubled his sentence, what he did.
Absolutely.
None of us have said.
Brenda's admiration for Tom Fassbender and Andy Colburn.
Correct. None of us have ever said he's a good guy. He's not a good guy. He's not. The question is, you need to put all that aside, all of it, and ask, did he murder Teresa Halbach? That's what we're here for. None of the other dross and people airing out their dirty laundry on national TV. Phenomenal, because if you looked at those episodes, and again, I'm not going to comment too much, Earl pointing a finger at his brother, look in the mirror, Earl. Look in the mirror. That's all I'm going to say. Jack 61.
And people, I know Doc has gotten questions. I have, probably others, members of Foul Play. This is the reason what you saw in episode 3. That's the reason we stay away from family drama. We
Correct.
don't fucking touch it because
No.
it's just a disaster and pain. That's all it is, and it has really nothing to do with finding the truth.
Convicting a murderer wants you to focus on Stephen's character. I want to see what they come up with when they talk about the evidence. And that's why I want to wait until I've seen what they discuss about the evidence,
Yep.
the bones. Now, you guys have, this is podcast number 25 on one chapter. You guys have got far much more information now than you've ever had before. And we got more. We got Duke doing a couple of more presentations. We got much, much more. And then we're going to wrap it all up and talk about the dogs as well. Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, we insert speculation from time to time based on things that we're reading, finding, and seeing. However, the source of all of our information is from the police reports, trial testimonies, the videos and photos that have been entered into evidence. So we're taking what's been given to us and trying to pull out what the truth actually is. And so, again, if the desire is to learn about the facts of this case, that's all we're doing here, is we're just trying to find the truth based on the facts that we've been given.
100% correct. And we've done that for years. Remember, we were interviewed 3 years ago. 3. We've done 200 plus podcasts since then and got a whole heap of documents, material, and we've totally destroyed in 63 podcasts Ken Kratz's book. And guess what Convicting a Murderer is based on? And the fact checker of Ken Kratz's book is who at Jack 61? Who was the fact checker in Kratz's book? Who is mentioned in Kratz's book at the end?
That was Brenda Schuler, producer.
None other than Brenda Schuler, who interviewed us,
Yep.
right? And I wasn't aware that she was a militant guilter, and had a close association with Fassbender and also Andrew Colburn. I had no idea, right? So just keep that in the back of your mind if you see Foul Play members commenting during later podcasts of their series. And I know that one lady who was mentioned, I forgot her name, the one that is a mama. What's her name?
Mama
The one
Phoenix.
Mama Phoenix.
Casey
She
Oliver.
was furious that they used her when she made comments, I think, about Jody or whatever like that. They never asked permission. And I noticed that Convicting a Murderer has even used some of our Coffee with Foul Play snippets and only used sound bites. There's not a proper discussion between any of us and Brenda. So be careful about not knowing the context of the information. And when I made the comment about that he wasn't raping women, doing this and this, this was based on his past, what he was charged for. He was charged for burglary and the cat incident, right? Brenda wanted to push it further, right? You notice what they talked about with Sandra Morris, what Stephen was allegedly going to do, right? And again, I pulled up Brenda. We all did. Excuse me, those things never happen. Do not speculate, right? So please keep that in the back of your mind. But again, guys, that's all I want to say so far. Jack 61.
Yeah, just briefly about the use of creator material. There's certain rules around it. I'm no expert at all. I do know that under certain conditions, you can use someone's material. I don't know about for profit and getting in all to the monetization and all that kind of stuff. I know it's happened. I know it happened with, there's a thing going on with Netflix and a guy named Andy Signor that runs the Popcorn Planet channel. They used his Johnny Depp footage without permission. That's his footage. He asked Johnny if he could film it, and Johnny gave him permission. There's so, but there are certain conditions where fair use of someone else's material, I guess, is allowed. But again, when you get into monetization and you're making money off of someone else's material, I can't answer that. I just can't.
Correct.
I still think
Correct.
they should. I still think they should ask and get
They
permission.
do. But the good thing is our audience that are in chat are sophisticated enough to know who we are and what we
Yeah.
represent and
Yeah.
how we carry out our research. We have the highest integrity. I'm a doctor myself. I'm a family man, and I don't bullshit around. Everybody knows who I am and what I do and what I represent. And Brenda Schuller's got to realize that we have the original recordings.
Yep.
So if they try and misrepresent us, we might be playing back a few of the recordings ourselves on a podcast, right? Jack 61.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, it's just
they
sound
have
bites,
already
if they're
twisted things and they took it out of the context.
Correct.
They already
Yeah.
did that.
I mean, it wasn't terrible.
No.
And
No.
context is everything. When you're
Correct.
doing an interview and then a recording, and then someone takes that recording and applies those answers maybe in another context, it can get a little fuzzy. I haven't seen anything that really,
No.
bothered me too much yet, but we'll see.
Correct.
We'll see.
Correct. So that it's still early days. All right. Well, look, guys. Again, thank you so much. I want to go around the panel and tell us how you're coming along and how things are happening. Alice, are you still there? Alice.
I am, Doc. Yes, just.
Just. How are you coming along?
Yeah, good, Doc. Went to the Independent March last weekend. And we took the Justice for Luke Mitchell banner with us, but that was about the only banner we had, and we had our T-shirts on, and everything like that. And we joined the Independence March and walked all the way down the Royal Mile to the Parliament and handed out loads of information. We had loads of people coming up and asking us questions. So it's really good. So we're going to start doing pop-up protests, here and there. We've got one on the 23rd of September, and we're going to do that outside the High Court where Luke was sentenced. And I mean, it was there wasn't a big crowd of us. I mean, I think there was maybe about 10 of us or something, but it's just to get out there and spread the word and keep his name out there and everything like that. So yeah, it was really, really good. And that's what we've kind of got planned. I've got kind of planned coming up in the next few weeks. Is just doing that. So just keeping the information and that out there. Fantastic podcast, video cast tonight as well, Doc.
Thank you. And Neville too.
Always,
everyone.
Yeah,
Everyone.
you and Neville, it's always brilliant. How you put it together and with the slides and the photos and the documents and everything like that. And that's what I love about Foul Play, is because we've got the shit to back up what we're saying. You get all the ones there that are show me proof, give me links, all the rest of it and everything like that. And that's one thing that we can do. We can send them to the Foul Play website, and all the documents there, all the reports that we've been able to get our hands on is there in that documents, in that website for free. So anybody can go and look at these documents and do the research.
Correct.
And that's what annoyed me about the first few episodes of Cam, is the character in that assassination of Stephen that they've tried to do. If you have done your research and not just watched Ma'am, but like us, you've went and you've done a deep dive into the whole case and the 85 case, everything like that, these rumours and alleged incidents are out there. They're there. People have said them. People, things like that. So what was done in a few episodes is nothing new.
No,
And to be
no,
honest,
we've
I'm
seen
trying
those pictures. We've seen those
to.
pictures.
Yeah, exactly, Doc. So it's nothing new. So I know there's going to be people that's coming in and going, "Oh no, it's no, no, it doesn't look good for him." But we have never said that he's a fucking angel. You
No,
know what I mean? Because he
no.
ain't an angel. But he also didn't deserve what happened to him in '85, and he certainly fucking didn't deserve what happened to him in 2005. And that's point blank. So Convicting can twist it and edit it and everything like that as much as they want when it comes to foul play. But our subscribers and our members and the people that have followed us for the last 4 years know what we're about and know that we are truth and fact based. Yes, we speculate a lot. Yes, we say it's in our opinion, because a lot of the time it is our opinions. But that's what matters. We put the facts out there and we leave it up to the subscribers, the members, the people that are watching to decide, make their own mind up,
Correct.
Whereas
Correct.
in my opinion, Convicting is trying to what's the word I'm looking for? They're trying to disrupt that and make Ma'am out to be a bad thing. Ma'am wasn't a bad thing because it showed the corruption and everything like that.
It's a distraction.
Exactly, Jack. Thank you. Exactly. It is a complete distraction. So I think it's fantastic, and I just want to thank you and Neverly for all the work that you put in. I mean, and Duke. I mean, the things that Duke's, yeah, the things that Duke has came up with, just with the DNA and the tags and everything like that is absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much. And thanks to everyone in chat. We love yous all. We appreciate yous all. And we couldn't do this without yous. So thank you. And to my lovely panel as well.
Thank you so much, Alice. Next we have Duke. Duke, how are you coming along, sir?
I'm doing well, and I appreciate you, Alice, for the kind words. I just want to say really quickly, regards to Convicting, what I would call Convicting is a narcissistic masterpiece. And I don't say that to be condescending, but I'm going to spit something else that's factual. And that the people that are involved in creating this, what they call documentary, pretty well-known narcissists. You think of someone like Sean Reck. I'm not afraid to say that guy's a narcissist. All you have to do is look at the last 24 hours of his Twitter to realize what kind of person that guy is. Now, when it comes to my involvement in this case and my passion for this case, passion really stems from the fact that I do believe, based on everything that I have read, seen, and looked into, that Stephen and Brennan both are sitting in prison when they should not be at this point. And the basis for that thought comes from doing hard looks into the evidence of this case. And I'm sorry, but what doesn't happen in Convicting so far, and I am excited the future episodes to hear what they have to say, we don't get a look into the true evidence, right? And so, of course, don't condone any of those alleged instances that they're discussing might have happened. Sick individuals would condone something like that. We don't. Of course we don't. And anyone who's spent 20 minutes into foul play knows that we don't. And I'm thankful to call I'll play a we thing and include myself. The real fact is I've listened to foul play for a long time now, and I can say with 100% certainty that our intent here is to just discover the truth behind what happened to Teresa Halbach. And so, if Convicting wants to dig in on, Stephen's past and some of the things that have happened, that's totally fine. That has nothing to do with what happened to Teresa Halbach on October 31st or potentially after. It doesn't. And we're all going to be looking and watching to see what they're going to present when it comes to the actual case here. I will tell you, if they're going to present something that is going to prove or even give some weight to the fact that Stephen committed this crime, it's something that we don't have because we've looked at it all. And so I am excited. Maybe they do have something we don't have. And we would be willing to look at that. Trust me, if they presented something that showed us, holy shit, Stephen did this, I would be fine to admit
all of us
that.
would. That's what I can't understand. We've always said we'll follow the truth no matter where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
If we're all 100% convinced Stephen and Brendan did this, so be it. They were in prison. They're not down at Las Vegas playing the casinos. They are in a cell. Yeah. They've already been in prison a long, long time. We want to find out the truth, right? And as you said, Duke, we're not what Cam is trying to present, that we're just mere subservient to, we're worshipping Brendan and Stephen. No, we're here to find out what actually happened that horrible day. If they've got something that is conclusive and total 100% proof, why wasn't it presented in court? That's the other thing. Why wasn't it presented? How come the defense didn't know about it?
Right. And so this is the last thing I'll say to everyone here. And I know that the majority of people that are listening to us right now are people that are dedicated also to seeking out the truth in this case. And so I can understand, like myself, I have struggled over the past couple days seeing some of those horrible tweets that have come out from people like Sean, Candace, and others that are involved in Convicting. However, I just want to remind you, and this is probably a reminder to myself, narcissists feed off of reactions that they get from other people. And so any sort of response, even frustrated, angry responses to Sean and Candace's tweets are actually, to them, giving them the satisfaction that they have the ability to draw that reaction out of us, because that's how narcissists continue to believe that they're important, is that they can draw these type of reactions out of people. So just remember, we're dealing with narcissists, and the best thing we can do sometimes is not respond at all.
Correct. And that's why I wanted to make sure that our focus today was on reading with the crew and not be reactionary to Cam, because that's precisely what they're after. You're correct, Duke. And you think about it. There's a number one narcissist who loves delving into the controversy. That's Kratz. That's Kratz. And it just goes to prove, at the end of the day, from what we've seen, I need to thank Sean Reck, and I'll tell you why. Because he's eloquently exposed the horrible nature of the US criminal justice system and how, when someone is wrongfully convicted, it leads to their total destruction and there's no going back. And when you see that he was, in actual fact, a stranger to his own 5 kids, most of his kids, destroyed a marriage, destroyed a relationship, and then they let him loose when he's exonerated with no backup, no follow-up, no therapy, no Let's reintroduce him back into the real world, but just let him loose. He was an easy target. And so what convicting a murderer is doing is dehumanizing him. So you have no care for him. None. And so as Duke pointed out, well, he was a scumbag. He's a killer. And that's why it's so easy to set Stephen up. And when you think about it, do you really think any of the law enforcement officers had any care for Stephen? Zero. It was their duty. Zero. Thank you so much, Duke. Next, we have I Don't Recall. I Don't Recall, welcome.
Thank you again for another great podcast and the interesting things that you pointed out. And it, you know, like we've said before, we just keep finding more things to point out that they were wrong. And I think they don't like it, and so that's why they're just attacking his character and trying to, you know, maybe try to make us look foolish or whatever, because they don't have any good arguments. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you so much, I Don't Recall. Thank you. Jack 61.
I have to agree with what you said. I have to really agree with what Duke said. I'm after the truth. That's what I've been after for years. I want the full truth because I came to realize, just like everybody here, and probably a good portion of our listeners, maybe not everyone that's lurking out there, but that the trial was a theater that Krass is a master of, and he had control of the media, had control of the police, had control of the crime lab, that total control, and the jury and the judge got screwed, and along with that, of course, Brendan and Stephen got screwed. And again, I don't have any association. We could be talking about Joe and Bill. We could be talking about
Correct.
It's because of who they are. You know, we have to associate the case with their name. So with that said, I'm not going to add really too much more to convicting a murderer. I will reiterate one more time so people can understand why we do not dive into the family drama. We just intentionally stayed away from it. It's not that we don't know about it. We do. But it has no place in what we're doing at all.
No.
So anyway, with that said, I did want to pop this on and give just a quick little story here. Let's pop this on here. I had it on a minute ago. This is a couple weeks ago. I requested from MTSO. Specifically the November 4th, 2005 calls. I thought, you know, what the hell? I'll request them, you know. And I requested something else. The other thing they said they didn't have, which was calls from October 31st through November 2nd. I requested those before. Major Cummings said he didn't have them. But however, November 4th, he said, yeah, okay. Well, you know, I was excited, of course, when he said, yeah, you know, I'll get those, get them off on a thumb drive, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't want to get too excited because I've been let down before. This is what I got, and we already have these calls, and you can see they're I know it's pretty hard to read, but you can see these are range calls, 11.3 to 11.5, 11.3 to 11.12, and we have all of these. Now I know that Duke's been listening. I've been trying to listen. I've not had much time to. I got this Thursday when, you know, all the stuff with convicting was going on. So I really haven't had a huge amount of time to listen to these calls. I will say, and Duke noticed it too, the quality is supremely better. The line noise is really low. I haven't done anything to them at all. So anyway, I just wanted to let everyone know that we'll be taking a look at, you know, I haven't found one single call or radio dispatch that's new. I haven't found anything specific to 11.4 that we don't already have, which all we really have on 11.4 is the calls between Link and Wiegert when he wanted the GPS coordinates. And that series of phone calls happened. So anyway.
Yes.
Yep. I wanted to let everybody know that. And then I have sent Travis a message. I don't know that we're going to be doing part 4 tomorrow. He may be wanting to take some time. He hasn't replied, so probably what we'll do is probably head back into the depositions, which is Mark Rohr part 2.
Oh God, that'll be a quick one because all he says is, "I don't
I don't
recall."
recall. Yeah, yeah. Part 1 was kind of a disaster because they got into an argument about all the boxes and so forth. So anyway, I think Mark Rohr part 2 is up first. I think that's right. That's probably what we'll do. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all I got. Great job as always, Doc, Duke, Deverly. Fantastic information, well presented, and it's very clear what they did. It's so clear to me. Hopefully, it's more clear to everyone out there. I want to thank everybody for joining us. Like what we're doing, hey, give us a like, share, and subscribe. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Duke, did you have a quick comment?
Just real quick on that, Jack, I think it will be, and I'll send you the ones that I think are worth it, but quality of those calls are night and day difference. They're crystal clear. And one of the, there's a couple calls that I think are worth reposting with this quality because one of them, like Colburn's infamous license plate call, there's always been speculation of that voice in the background saying the car is here. With this recording, that little snippet is crystal clear. So I think it will be worth reposting that because there's no doubt that someone in the background said the car is here. And I know Kathleen has that. She's had that and she's presented that. But now we can hear it clearly for the first time, and that's really fascinating.
Yeah, it really is. It really is remarkable the difference in quality between what we had before, and what we got on this thumb drive that I just got. It's quite amazing.
They're probably first generation calls, as in they're not of a copy of a copy.
Well, the line noise is virtually gone.
Interesting. Thank you there. Thank you, Duke, and thank you, Jack. Next, we have Just Rhonda. Just Rhonda. She may have stepped away. We might get back to Just Rhonda. Neverly, are you there?
I'm here. What a wonderful podcast yet again, Dr. Silkman. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, this is just wonderful. Using documents, using their exhibits, using their words, using their phone calls, and putting it all together. You outdid yourself again. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, enjoying being here. What do I say about Cam? I mean, so far 3 out of how many episodes? I don't know. I can't wait for the evidence. Let's see what they're going to say about that. However, somebody said that Kratz will probably be the one presenting the evidence, and guess what that's going to be like? Nothing new. He's just going to be very delusional, talking about the lies and doubling down on his story and his narrative. And I mean, who's going to confront him? So nothing new. Basically, I believe that nothing new will be learned about the murder of Teresa Halbach. Yeah. And I think that's the whole point. Did these two gentlemen murder Teresa, or was it somebody else? Did Teresa get the justice? And to me, that's the whole point of any documentary. And Yoga, our friend, James Crane or Yoga, he said, you will find out that the next documentary is going to be Matt making a prosecutor. I think, yeah, Kratz going to sign up for that for sure. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. Yeah.
Awesome.
Plus, who can condone Stephen's behavior? Who can condone anybody that's acting like that? Do we condone Kratz's behavior? No, we don't. Does anybody condone Kratz's behavior? And to me, that's one and the same. If you're going to talk shit about one person, let's talk shit about the other one, or the truth is.
But
we would say.
they do, and that's the problem. They do condone it and say, well, look at what
I
he did.
know.
It's so
I know. So it's do what I say, not what as I do.
Right.
Hypocritical. Yes.
Very.
Yep. I think there's a.
You know
a
what
famous-
else I'm interested in? I'm interested
Whoa.
if they're gonna go over the Teresa's victimology.
No.
I'd be very interested in that.
No.
No?
No,
I think you're
so.
right.
But
Yeah, I think you're right.
We'll see what happens. Thank you, Neverly.
You're welcome.
Is just Rhonda there? She may have stepped aside. All right. Well, look, guys, again, thank you so much. It was a very, very interesting podcast. A lot of fantastic questions, and we got a lot of people in chat today, which is incredible. Thank you so much. If you like what we do, please subscribe. Put your DNA on the thumbs up button. Share our podcast. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell. And guys, we'll all see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much, guys. Take care.
And this has been a Foul Play production.